Ungrateful bunch. You acknowledge nothing good. All that you see is terrible. Remember, if somebody mentions anything like good news, it's like a threat, So it's just a shame, to be honest. Like, you would expect better, but it is what it is. Okay, so are you two people? And these people contributed less, so still today. Not less, least. And that's actually what's painful, because so the people who actually are pulling their weight and doing everything, they don't even complain as much as those who, you know, it's amazing. But it's a very dangerous thing, by the way. It affects the mind of the people, which is why I always talk about the younger generation. The younger ones amongst them, they have this mindset as well. So it's difficult to even get across to them and have conversations like Nigerians. Any small thing, by my flipping. Ah, oh wow. My one shot two working anyway. Okay, the audio is fine now. But I have to share the live again. So I apologize. Because if they click on that one, become a law, call me African law. Please, our folks on YouTube, please let me check just to be sure. But from here, everything is fine. But come on, being pay your Dominican, so I jabba me wo. Eshio. Okay, the link is not Koti Jiton. Bagunyon inu ewe basebe ninu epo epa eni to mayo. That man was, I mean, he's not was, fantastic guy. Lagwaja, fantastic. Oh, Tosi Onubudo, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for your feedback. Please like the live on YouTube. Thank you. Is Lagwaja gone? No, Lagwaja is not gone. It will be with us for a very long time. But I'm talking about this song, the music that he did back in the day. Like, those songs were fire. But he's still with us, and he's in his 60s now, I think. But may God prolong his life. I remember once I was in school, we're looking at like a sheet. So if it has, we have something called university band. I used to play the university band. One of these days, maybe I even play my instrument. Anyway, I was in the university band. I was in the university choir, and one of those days we're looking through. This must be, I think, was it 83? What's it, pressure? Was it 80 something, sir? Beside the Logunde, his name, it was there. It was one of the musicians in the university band in Ife. I was like, wow. So I just take back. There's another Igbo woman voice there again. There's no Igbo woman voice again, no. It's good now. But I know what I'm going to do. Just give me a second. Give me a moment. I'm going to share a new link. The link you're listening to is the old one. That's the one that's not helping. No wonder you were humming the Apocalypso intro. Oh yes, I think, back in school, I would listen to Lawaja and then I would play to it. Then I would score it and play on my own instrument. I I'm smiling because I'm remembering, those days, and also I just remembered my instrument now, and I just pictured where it is. But I think my live session, Mark, just to feel good. I just pick my guy that will play together for a bit. I know what I was listening to some weeks ago. Oh, you're a pianist. Interesting. I played the keyboard as well. I played the piano. One day, I don't know, my kids and I were talking about something. I just remembered, oh boy, even now I'm feeling it, and I'm looking at the piano now. That guy went to, well, say it's a keyboard, but it's heavy weighted keys. Weighted keys, piano, all this electric piano weighted keys. So it gives you that piano feel. So we have music people here. So if you play wind instrument, whether it's sax, clarinet, even horns, but if you play woodwind like sax or clarinet, you definitely should score lagbaja. That's my advice to any person, especially young people who are playing stuff. You should score lagbaja. You should. Okay. So I think people who are joining YouTube, you are joining with the link. Please don't join with the link. We have to wait a bit to be able to actually share the new link. So give me a second. And I apologize for the break. It's just Kobale Danoni. If you're on YouTube, please like the live. Thank you. If you're on TikTok as well, thank you very much. Bagunyon, ewe. But it's also a wide day, shall. It's also a wide day. How do you come up with that kind of thing? Tomba going on in a way, Tomba sebe, epa. I touch a kiri into the mayo. One of these days, please play your preferred instrument at this time. Me. Why? Why do you want me to play? I mean, here, it could be the piano or the clarinet of the Eastern Rail Line in the newly approved 21 billion foreign loan request. Speaking on the Senate floor, Ume recalled how he passionately raised the issue of excluding the Eastern Corridor running from Port Harcourt to Maiduguri during the 2025 budget discussions. He commended Senate President Godswill Akpabio for giving him the opportunity to voice of the Southeast and for promising to escalate the matter to the president. I was thrilled to see that $3 billion has now been allocated to the Eastern Rail Line. This inclusion in the foreign loan request is a fulfillment of a long-standing demand by people of the Southeast and other regions along the corridor, Ume said. The lawmaker recalled President Tinubu's earlier promise during a January visit to the Southeast, where regional stakeholders raised similar concerns. Quote, with this move, the federal government has shown that it listens and acts. This is a significant step toward equitable development, unquote, Ume added. This is the Nigeria we all want. Let me say this. Let me start from this part. Senate President Akpabio responded warmly, applauding Ume's bipartisan support and reiterating that good governance knows no party lines. This is the Nigeria we all want, where national interest comes first, Akpabio said. So that's very, very good news in the Eastern region, and I hope that, the construction moves as speedily as possible, as quickly as possible, and that the people are able to benefit from this project. Thank you for the gift, Ade Royal. Thank you. Everyone, please let's try and do the same. Please click on the heart icon and also drop gifts. These things help. I mean, it's good to give, but beyond that, it also helps the life itself. So thank you very much for your support, and thank you for your generosity, Ade. All right. On the heels of that, somebody put something out. The person's name is Sadia Adebisi Hassan. She says, let this sink in. Even if Asiwaju Bola Tinubu turns the entire southeast into a paradise, paves every street with gold, builds world-class infrastructure, ensures constant electricity, creates jobs, and delivers unprecedented security from now till 2027, he will still lose elections there. Why? Because it has never been about good governance. It has never been about performance, reforms, or national progress. It is about deep-rooted generational ethnic resentment, hatred wrapped in pride and bitterness that predates Nigeria's independence. Tinubu's only crime in their eyes is that he's Yoruba. He comes from a region that boldly rejected Nnamdi Azikiwe's internal colonization agenda. That historical resistance still stinks, and for that alone, they will never forgive, never support, and never see past their prejudice. These are the same people who benefited immensely under Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu's leadership in Lagos. He didn't discriminate. He gave opportunities, opened doors, and allowed them to thrive. Today, many of them call Lagos their London or Paris. They build empires, dominate markets, and enjoy peace, freedom, and prosperity in Yoruba land. But what has Tinubu received in return? Betrayal, insults, mockery, lies, ingratitude. The same people who were welcomed after the Civil War, when their own South-South neighbors shut them out, found solace and support in the Southwest. The Yoruba embraced them when no one else did. And yet, despite everything, they have never, not once, supported a Yoruba presidential candidate. Never. Now, well, they supported Obasanjo, but that's not the Yoruba preferred candidate, to be honest. It was Olufalaye in 1999, so she's right. Now they're even forming coalitions to remove Tinubu in 2027. Let them try. They will fail, just like they've always failed. We welcomed you, we gave you space, we allowed you to flourish, but you don't respect our politics, you don't honor our leaders, and you would never give a Yoruba man the same respect or freedom in your land that you enjoy in ours. That's the cold, bitter truth. In the end, it's not about justice or fairness, it's about ethnic ego. And no matter what Tinubu does, that ancient grudge will remain their compass. But 2027 will shock them again. I want to do something I rarely do when I read people's thoughts, and I think it's quite important. There's absolutely nothing. One second though. What she said is nothing but the truth. Nothing but the truth. I like the fact that President Tinubu is doing what he's doing. You see, there are things you do for posterity's sake. If you ask me, are certain people worth certain things? The answer will be no, and I'm not mentioning those certain people, but you get the point. There are certain things that certain people are not. Because, see, if you didn't put me there, right, you probably will not be able to boldly demand anything. In other words, there's no entitlement. It's whatever I give you, I give you. But I think that you have, as a politician, and you have to also see beyond the actions of certain people and just be gracious. Let history be kind to you. Okay, it's like Awolowo. Papa was stoned in the eastern region, in the Igbo land. Let me not say eastern. I want to stop saying eastern region because the other people inside region who did not have that issue with him. Awolowo was stoned in Igbo land. But if you ask them today, what exactly did he do to them? They will not be able to tell you one thing, apart from lies and propaganda. No truth in the things they say. So what that means basically is that you can hate. But if we search and we try to dig into what you are hating us or hating our elders for, and we find nothing, then the joke's on you. That's what the real issue is. The joke is on you because, everybody knows that. So it's easier to know that, okay, this is the person who don't need problem. Only problem. It's not like people did anything to you. So there should be portable songs should be playing in your house. Wala, 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 because that wala is yours. It's not from our side. Somebody says they came to enjoy Western food. Yes, it's true. There are people a lot of people actually got free education in the Western region who were not even from the West, and most of them who were not from the West were from the East. Education was not free in the Igbo land. There was only one time they tried it, and we'll read it when we get there. Papa said in 55, I think it was 57, that in 55 when they started, before we started in 55, NCNC was against it in Yoruba land. When we eventually started, they started working, they saw it, they tried to do it in 57. Within 1 year, they couldn't do it. They had to scatter everything. So they never had it. So a lot of people actually moved down to the West and took advantage of it. But guess what? Today, Yoruba, we have a saying in Yoruba land, Anju won she wilejo, Ijalara or Tomboro. This write-up is absolutely correct. But I'm glad that the president is doing what he's doing, because it's not so much about elections. He will not win in the Southeast. It doesn't really matter what he does. It doesn't really matter. He's not going to win. But that's not the point. I'm glad he's doing what he's doing. It should be kind to him. All right, moving from the Southeast for a bit. French media giant, close. French media giant acquires MultiChoice in $3 billion deal, gains full control of DSTV, GoTV. French media conglomerate Canal Plus has officially acquired full ownership of MultiChoice Group, the parent company of DSTV and GoTV, in a landmark $3 billion, approximately 55 billion rand deal. The acquisition, which gives Canal Plus the remaining 55% stake it did not previously own, was approved by South Africa's Competition Tribunal on Wednesday, July 23. The approval comes after months of intense negotiations and regulatory reviews, and paves the way for the deal to be finalized by October 8, 2025. While the tribunal gave the green light, it imposed several public interest conditions to protect local content and maintain South Africa's media sovereignty. Moving on from that, I found something earlier today. Apparently, Peter Obi paid firefighters in Anambra 10 naira monthly hazard allowance. And those ones said they were collecting that 10 naira since 1970. They had been collecting this 10 naira hazard allowance, monthly hazard allowance, since 1970. And Obi paid them 10 naira till the end of his tenure. But Obiano raised it to 20,000 naira in 2018. Wonderful, wonderful. Breaking news. The Nigeria Police Force has intercepted a notorious arms supply syndicate responsible for arming bandits in Benue and other north-central states, recovering a cache of weapons, including a rocket launcher, multiple AK-47 rifles, and thousands of rounds of live ammunition. Good work. Sokoto outlaws signing out celebrations to curb indiscipline in schools. The Sokoto state government has banned all signing out celebrations for graduating secondary school students, citing rising cases of misconduct, vandalism, and public disturbances. Commissioner Ahmad Ladan Allah said the practice undermines discipline and academic focus. Both public and private schools must enforce the directive, with parents urged to ensure compliance. Court fines police 10 million naira for rights violation during NSAS memorial. The Federal High Court in Lagos ordered the Inspector General of Police and Lagos Police Commissioner to pay 10 million naira in damages for violating the rights of peaceful protesters during the October 20, 2024 NSAS memorial. Justice M. Kakaki ruled that the police acted unlawfully, breaching constitutional rights to peaceful assembly and association. Apparently, Thailand and Cambodia are now fighting. There's a war, there's a border clash has escalated into airstrikes and civilian death between Thailand and Cambodia. 2027, Ohanaeze tells Peter Obi to step aside. Ohanaeze tells Peter Obi to step aside for Tinubu as LP leadership crisis deepens. Ohanaeze Ndigbo has urged Peter Obi to abandon his 2027 presidential ambition and back President Tinubu for national unity, warning of divided opposition votes with Atiku. Labour Party remains in turmoil with Abure and Usman factions disputing leadership. Baba Ahmed Dati confirmed Abure's chairmanship but supported Obi's right to contest. All right. I don't know where that came from, but I also know that it's not going to work. All right, for our folks in the U.S., a U.S. appeal court has upheld a lower court ruling that blocked Donald Trump's executive order restricting birthright citizenship, declaring it unconstitutional. The Ninth Circuit ruled that the order violated the 14th Amendment and justified a nationwide injunction as state-level enforcement would cause legal chaos for citizens moving across states. So all the idea of, if you give birth to a child in the U.S., calling the American citizen, apparently, courts of way Donald Trump was wrong. So I think it's good news for Nigerian Americans, especially those who go abroad just to give birth. If you're on YouTube, please like the live. We want to try and get this out there. So please like the live on YouTube. Somebody said, "Oh, Ohanaeze said that for posterity." I think so, but nobody's deceiving anybody. Nobody's deceiving anybody. But I mean, thank them. We thank them for saying that. Which is well. But we're not. All right. Tinubu seeks extra $47 million loan for Coastal Highway, $47 million, $300 million for rural telecom access. There's a video here. I think we should just quickly listen to it while I open the next stuff. All right. Okay. Take a listen to this, please. You know what? I think I should read a bit before we listen to the video, to the audio. President Tinubu has requested the House of Representatives to approve a revised 2025. By the way, they already granted him the request, okay? So nobody say the loan has already been approved. But let me just read the news so that you can also listen to it in context. President Tinubu has requested the House of Representatives to approve a revised 2025 to 2026 external borrowing plan. It includes an additional $47 million for the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, raising its total cost to $747 million and $300 million for expanding telecom coverage to 21 million people in remote Nigerian communities. The news also said it's the Ebonyi State faction of Ohanaeze. Tom, thank you. I'm going to read the full news once I come back. Let's take a listen to this first.
Honorable colleagues, we have an announcement from the presidency, and the title of the communication is Request for Amendment of the Draft 2025-2026 Federal Government External Borrowing. And the content of the letter reads as follows. I have the honor to respectfully convey for Your Excellency's kind consideration the need to effect certain amendments to the 2025-2026 Federal Government Borrowing Plan, earlier forwarded to the National Assembly, to ensure the borrowing plan is consistent with the specific terms of financing arrangements made or proposed to be made by the federal government. Specifically, you may wish to know that in connection with 1, the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway project, The total loan size for the Section 1 of Phase 1 of the project is $747 million, as opposed to the 700 million US dollars stated in the draft borrowing plan. This is because as of the time of transmission of the plan to the National Assembly, the lead arranger for financing only had financing commitments of up to $700 million from lenders. The shortfall in the financing was covered ultimately by export credit agencies. This therefore necessitated the request to amend value of the financing for the project to ensure it aligns with the loan size agreed in the finance document for the project. And two, the Nigerian Universal Communication Access Project, a landmark telecommunication infrastructure project targeted at bridging.
That's from them. The audio issue is from them. But I think we got the point. All right, moving away from that. No, by the way, the person who wrote Ebonyi, no, it's not Ebonyi, it's State Ohaneze who said it. It was actually deputy, Deputy President General, but they said it in Ebonyi. It was said in Abakaliki, but it wasn't Ebonyi chapter that said it. It was actually the Deputy President General of Ohaneze Ndigbo who said what they said earlier. What he said basically is that it says the Igbo body further recalled that sorry, I'll take that again. Let me just go up a little. The Apex Igbo Socio-Cultural Organization, Ohaneze Ndigbo, has called on the 2023 Labour Party LP presidential candidate Peter Obi to shelve his 2027 presidential ambition, stating that with the prevailing political landscape, it will be impossible for him to unseat Tinubu in 2027. This was contained in a press statement issued on Tuesday in Abakaliki and signed by Mazi Okechukwu Isiguzoro, the Deputy President General, and Chief Thompson Ohia, the national spokesman of Ohaneze Ndigbo. They recalled the negative implication of Peter Obi contesting and losing the election, making allusion to what the Southeast has suffered for losing previous presidential elections. The statement reads, "History has demonstrated that the consequences of an unsuccessful presidential bid can be severe, and the Igbo people have borne the brunt of such losses in the past. We recall the 2019 elections where Mr. Obi served as the running mate to Atiku Abubakar, resulting in a detrimental outcome that caused the Southeast an additional 6th state, a promise made by former President Buhari contingent upon our support. They called on Obi to reconsider his ambition since President Bola Tinubu was able to overlook the position of the Southeast during the last general election, when the people voted massively for the Labour Party and appointed David Nweze Umahi as Minister of Works to fix the roads in the Southeast." The Igbo body further recalled that because of Peter Obi's ambition in 2019, the Southeast lost the creation of the 6th state promised by the... It's only about what you guys want to get, Sha. Okay. It says, "We recall the 2019 elections when Mr. Obi said that now, while this truth may be a bitter pill for Mr. Obi to swallow, we urge him to engage in deep reflection and relinquish his presidential ambitions in favor of advocating for the pressing needs of the Southeast. May God bless them." This is something from a gentleman who apparently is from the Southeast. His name is Uzoma. By the way, the Super Falcons won yesterday, which was a fantastic win. I'm going to talk about it after this video from Uzoma Ugeze. Listen to what he has to say.
I would like South Africa to beat Nigeria. I'm a Biafran. I don't want anything good to come to that country. I want South Africa to beat Nigeria. Quite sure Nigeria is ahead of South Africa coming to female soccer, but this time around I want South Africa to emerge victim. I want them to be victorious against Nigeria, because Nigeria have dealt with us seriously. Me, I would like South Africa to beat Nigeria. I'm a Biafran. I don't want anything good to come to that country. I want South Africa to...
He's a Biafran who doesn't want anything good to come to Nigeria. The Bible says that pray for the peace of Jerusalem. Those who love it will eat the fruit of it. These are people that would never eat the good of the land, right? Because, and that's why they don't say anything good about the land. They are Biafrans, they're not Nigerians, they want Nigerians to lose. But thank God, man will be God. Nigeria won South Africa 2-1 in the semi-final on 22nd July 2025, thanks to a dramatic late goal by Michel Aluze and a penalty earlier converted by Rashidat Ajibade. So the person says he's not expecting any good thing from Nigeria. We know that no matter what is done, the Southeast will still be what the Southeast is, right? And guys, again, I've said it several times, whenever you hear things like nothing's happening in the Southeast, it's not because nothing's happening there, it's because that's the cultural way of getting the federal government or getting people to look at them a certain way. So they want sympathy in order to have development. So for them, the currency for development is victimhood. So if I play the victim, then give me something. And no matter what you do, they'll still be victims. And this one that is saying it doesn't expect any good news from Nigeria, I think you should probably, this is why there'll always be bad news from his home, you know, because it is what it is. Moving away from that, I'd like to play an interview on Channel Television where they talk to Dati Baba Ahmed, the vice presidential candidate in the last election of the Labour Party. Please take a listen to this. Somebody said using Nigerian passport. No, using Biafran passport. I only regbe. I'm not that long. Take a listen to this, please.
No objection, and I welcome the power to still remain in the South. That is why, if you recall, I aspired in 2019 for presidency. In 2023, I served under Excellency Peter Obi as vice. Before then, I tried to contest governorship in Kaduna, and I quit. I very much respect, as a reciprocation of what I saw in Port Harcourt 2018, there wasn't a single candidate north of Rivers Niger and Benue. And in 2023, the whole world is witness to the fact that I didn't contest. It's a show of reciprocation, show of respect. Because genuinely I have seen the Peter Obis, the Wikis, they had the resources, experience, and people to contest, but they restricted themselves against doing it. And that is part of why probably our good friend and boss, Wike, is doing what he claims not to be doing in the PDP. He is justified to destroy that party if he wants to, because what they did to him was very bad there.
All right, something else. I mean, another interview that he granted on Arise TV. Take a listen to this.
Are completely misplaced. When you have 100 people protesting, police don't even have to come out. When you have 1,000 people protesting, they will be arrested. If you have 10,000 gunshots, water cannons, and arrests. If you have 100,000 people, they begin to look for the leaders to negotiate and make some transfers to them. When 1 million people protest, a helicopter flies out of the villa, or some cars smartly drive out through tunnels of the villa. Now, we still don't have our priorities right. And when I say democracy, constitutional democracy belongs to the people who have earned their freedoms. Democracy is for the United States of America. They fought, they drove away the British hundreds of years ago, War of Independence and all those. And in France, you know their history and all those. We Nigerians, Muslims, Christians, Northerners, Southerners, have to all understand what democracy is. Even out, clean out religion and ethnicity and make it our private things. And it is civic matters that democracy is about. We have to stop talking about Northwest, South-South, South-Central, Southeast, and all these regions. Talk about social strata the middle class, if it exists,
system.
the classes, talk about them. How will they vote? Talk about labor, TUC, talk about security personnel, talk about farmers, talk about traders, importers.
Well,
those are the geopolitical zones that we should be talking about.
All right. So that's somebody says they like what they're saying. Not really. What he's saying is just it's just pedantic. It's just something to make people feel. Listen, those who call for protest never did it, which is the crazy thing. Somebody says, brother, you are misleading people. May God help you and your misinformation, assuming you are tribal. Lord is greatest. Thank you for telling me what you think. Your opinions don't count. You, as a person, you don't matter. Your opinions don't matter. Your thoughts mean nothing. So calling me a tribalist means absolutely nothing to me. You can cry me a river, cry me a lagoon, obanika dawojo, obanika faragun. Keep crying. Where was I? By the way, shout out to Olamide. That was a line from Olamide's song. Cry me a river, bobo, cry me a lagoon, obanika dagijo, obanika dawojo, obanika faragun. Oh, Neopolo Kobo. You don't have sense. You guys go everywhere saying, yeah, it's tribal, and so what? So most people calling other people are tribal. This one I just spoke now, his head is full of tribalism and nepotism and bigotry. That's what they do. They'll project it and then use Jesus' name or Lord as their title to make you look as if they are sane people. These are insane people now. So yeah, write your nonsense there. I'm not even going to mute you, at least not yet. You can, constitute your nuisance in the comment section. As if you matter. You don't. You don't. That's how you have. Where's the? Sorry, I think you overstayed your welcome. You have zero sense. Okay, so what should I do with your information now? Especially since you don't matter. Since you don't count, what should I do with your information? I mean, if you were somebody that means something, maybe I'll even consider. So, what am I supposed to do with that information that you have shared with me in all of your stupidity? Now, back to what I was saying before these clowns came in. When they call for protest, I wonder why they're not leading one. Okay. If we have 100 people go out, 100,000 people go out, government will, okay, so who is going to lead that protest? These are things that rile people up and then get them to do something, and then they will be in the comfort of the living rooms, and their children will never be part of those protests. I feel sorry for young people who carry these placards in the name of politicians. Their children never join those protests. That's one. Number two, when it says that let's not talk about ethnicity and religion, let's just talk about class. That's what we should talk. No. Let's talk about ethnicity and religion. And I know where it's coming from. You see, when people say these things, they think they are saying something grand. It's the most divisive thing in Nigerian politics. When you hear people say, let's stop talking about ethnicity so we can unite, that person is actually the one dividing the country. See, Nigeria's politics, you have to watch very well to understand the way it is configured. The people shouting unite are actually the one dividing it. The people saying divide are actually the ones uniting it. And I'll explain. When I say divide, I don't mean break up or secession or something. I'm saying that people will tell you to recognize the differences are actually the ones who are trying to build, are actually the ones who are trying to build the country. The folks who tell you forget everything, they're actually the ones who are, maybe they are doing it intentionally or inadvertently, but they are eventually going to destroy the country. Because they are living like, when the ostrich buries their head in the sand. In other words, you are acting as if the world exists in that little space that you have put your head inside. In the real life, all over the world, indigenous people are not going to tell you, let's forget about it and just make it a private affair. No, it is literally the determinant, a major determinant factor in our politics, and it should be. If you have something to lose, you will understand exactly what I'm saying. Somebody was saying let me even play a video for you guys. I said it last week, but I mean, sometimes it's good to also listen to other people say it. 1 second. I want to play you a video, especially if you're from the minority ethnic groups in Nigeria. If you're, let's say, and when I say minority, like I always say, this is not like, oh, you're a minority. I'm saying that you don't have a lot of numbers. Like you are just starting. Let's say, for instance, when compared with the major ethnic groups, you don't have that many people. You've got to be very, very smart about it. Folks who push this agenda usually are nomads, like Collins Henry. I hope you know that Henry in your name. I hope you know that it's actually Igala. Maybe you don't know your history. The name you are putting out that you're thinking is Igbo is actually Igala. Okay, that should help your destiny a little bit. F.A.K.Q. Where was I? The truth of the matter is that those who push that agenda are usually nomadic in their thinking. Okay, everybody should own their spaces without anybody having to tell people to forget where they're from. But there's something good in what he said when he was talking about what happened in PDP, and I hope they get that sorted amongst themselves. I was going to play you a video, but no video in SEO. All right, I found it. It was an interview on this whole thing about indigenization stuff from certain parts of Nigeria. So take a listen to this. This is on TVC, and the person being interviewed, I think his name is Montero Oluwole. But fantastic thoughts. Take a listen.
They must take a stand.
So what is your general view of the Indigen Bill being championed by Southeast legislators?
Yes, we want it thrown in the trash can. We believe it's an invitation for civil wars all over the country. In the sense that...
Let's be mindful of the... I don't want to use the terms war, civil war on the...
Okay, no, okay. What I'm talking about is indigen. There's a gene in that word. It's about DNA. You cannot legislate indigenship with a piece of paper. It's not done anywhere in the world. That's what I meant. There's nowhere in the world where it is done. The only place you find such have been where there have been conquest, if you know what I mean. I mean, the indigenous people had been systematically wiped out. Aside that, it does not exist anywhere in the world.
So let me tell you what the proponents of this bill have said. They said it will foster unity by granting indigenship to Nigerians who have lived in the state for at least 10 years or are married to a native. They also say this reduces exclusion and reflects the reality of long-term settlements across geopolitical zones. It is seen as a tool to ensure that Nigerians who are effectively part of the state can enjoy full civic and property rights, access to state-level opportunities. And this reflects, according to them, this reflects contemporary demographic realities. Isn't this a step towards national integration?
Okay, okay. Let's move away from the Southwest now. Okay. Let's talk about the minorities, Middle Belt and the South. Now, if this bill sails through, now there are communities not more than, let's say, 10,000, 15,000. Now, what it means is the major ethnic tribes. We can move over there and just maybe 50,000 of us. We can move over there and after 10 years we are the majority.
Isn't that a step towards national integration?
Now, you are the majority. Do you know what will happen there? You would want political power.
You don't think this will further unite as a nation?
No, you would want political power. You would want to enforce your own cultural, your own cultural values. You want to implement it on that locality. That's what happens anyway. And what do you think will happen to the indigenous?
So I saw someone in the comment section say, I wish it was Mr. Busui. My time will come. But that was actually good. I mean, as far as the core of what he's trying to say, when people allow for this kind of law to pass, what you have is a group that is the majority can decide to move into that space. As we have seen that, I've seen it in the north, You have seen in the south, at least in those two regions, in the middle belt and in the south, it has happened. Folks move into that space, and before you know what's happening, they say it's now this. Now, and that's even without this law. So imagine there is this law. You can just move anywhere and then call yourself an indigene after staying there for 10 years. So let's say, for instance, you are, and I always use examples of smaller ethnic groups, again, not out of disrespect, just to help us understand why this is very important. You go to the middle belt, there are ethnic groups that they're not more than 50,000 people. Like home and abroad, they're not more than 50,000 people. So you have a situation where another ethnic group of like 1 million can decide to push 100,000 people to that place, and they can do it. Why? Last election, over 300,000, about some people have said between 200 and 300,000 voters' card were moved to Lagos State. Just because. So you can move like 100,000 people into that particular locality, and after 10 years, you're not the indigenes, right? And then you can decide to vote anything. Like now you want political power. Now you're the chairman of that local government. You are the councillor. And for you, who hates the idea of assimilating, you own the space now. They have a king, remove the king. What do you need a king? Where I'm coming from, there's no king. Or you bring your own king from home and you impose that your own culture on those people. So you have so you couldn't conquer them with weapons, but you have now conquered them by through another means. Sorry, somebody's distracting me in the comment section. I'm coming, 1 second. Oh boy, live sessions are not easy, man. You know, the funny thing with these stupid people is that you don't have your names, you can't show your faces, you are cowards, and you are seeds of cowards. In other words, your parents are cowards. Because this is generational. For the things you write in the comment section, this is, you guys are, and to shame by whoever made you like this, only God will forgive them. You are broken. You are broken. And they don't know that I'm not sure they know they hurt you. They thought they were arming you with your victim mindset, but you are broken people. Only God can heal you, and I hope He does. I pray He does, because this is not good. This is bad. Where was I? 1 second, though. This one says, tell Kemi in the UK. At least you are wearing a suit, although the suit looks like a coat. Say, tell Kemi in the UK. Kemi is a citizen of the UK. Even Kemi being the leader of the Conservative Party, have you ever heard her say things about being English? Kemi Badnock, you won't, or Bidnock, however the name is pronounced, you're not going to hear her say things like she's English. And I've said it several times here. Listen, the best of us, the most we would ever get in the United Kingdom is British citizenship. None of us could ever be English. Why? Because that's indigene. Like, you have to be an indigene to be English. And they have a separate process of becoming that. Apart from what it takes to become a British citizen. It's the same thing in Nigeria. Nigeria is like Britain, like the UK. But the constituent units, the constituent ethnic nationalities, you cannot legislate indigenship. Especially, and for people who really want to be indigenous of other people's spaces, maybe you should even start it in your space first. Like, show us an example. Do this thing where there's no indigenship rights. Like what we read last week, indigenous rights. Like what we read last week, Ebonyi wants to recruit lawyers. They are saying those lawyers must be from Ebonyi. Anambra wanted to recruit health officials the other day. They said those guys must be from Anambra. They must be, their state of origin must be Anambra. They must be indigenous of Anambra State. In other words, you're not even ready to open up your own space. Now you're coming to my space that has always opened up to your people. You now tell us not to even, like, remove the doors. Listen, Yoruba land has been open. There is no state in the southwestern part of Nigeria today where you're not going to find Easterners working in the civil service. It's not because they are better than the people that are there. It's just because Southwest is usually, Yoruba land is naturally open. What you are doing now is that don't open the door, remove the hinges, remove the doors, remove everything, break open the entire place, remove doors. I just want to be the same thing as you are in your land. You are a thief. And those pushing that idea, they also have the mindset of stealing because it's demonic. You go open house, say make person come live for your house, give them guest room. Person can just wake up one day, can't tell you, say that your main bedroom, the master bedroom. Say why do you have a master bedroom? You are not fair. Am I not a citizen? Am I not a human being like you? And we're living in the same house. Why must you be in that master bedroom? You now question the owner of the house and say you also have a right because you're a human being, because you're a citizen of Nigeria. That's the day you are packing out of that house. In fact, they will make sure that you will not even come anywhere near the house ever again in your life, since you are an ingrate. Moving on to good news. Train services in Jos have officially started on Monday, 14th July, and they are selling tickets for 200 naira regular coach and 300 naira VIP. That's in Jos, from Bukuru to Jos to terminals and stuff like that. So that's good news in Jos. I know some people don't see anything good in those things, but we're happy. Moving on. External reserves hit $40.1 billion in July 2025. That's according to Cardoso. I'll probably just read that for a little bit before we move on to other news. Nigeria external reserves have climbed to $40.11 billion. As of July 2025, according to the Central Bank Governor Yemi Cardoso. He disclosed this during the Monetary Policy Committee MPC briefing held on Monday, July 22nd, 2025. Cardoso noted that the $40.11 billion reserve level represents approximately 9.4 months of import cover, signaling a significant boost to Nigerians' foreign currency buffer. We'll move on very quickly and take a listen to the president of Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote. He made a speech while he was at the Global Commodity Insights Conference on West Africa refined fuel markets. Take a listen to this, please.
We created a company and also bought over 2,700 hectares of land, which is 7 times the size of Victoria Island, of which 70% of it was actually swamp. So we had to debush the land. Based on the data on climate change, we had to raise the land by about 1.5 meters. So we pumped 65 million cubic meters of sand from the sea. We sold over 250,000 piles of 35 meters each. Anything that you see in our refinery is standing on pipe. Millions of meters of piping, cabling, electrical wiring, and so on. One prominent company, which I shall not name, supplied us with faulty equipment, which I believe was intentional. The equipment was actually quite critical to the startup of the refinery, and without that, we couldn't have started the refinery. And that it took us 2 years to correct the various defects of commissioning that unit. And that actually reminds me of when we bought the refineries of Port Harcourt and Kaduna in 2007. The government took it back, and they are still not yet there.
How do I say?
All right. T.O., let me call you T.O., not your real name. It's good to see you. Good to see you. Let's chat later, but it's good, very, very good to see you. I'm not sure I've seen you in 20 years, but I'm glad you're here. Thank you for coming around. No, I think I saw you once. I saw you once when I visited, but I'm glad you're here. Thank you. All right. I'm going to move very quickly. I was going to say something, but I'm distracted, and I don't mind being distracted. This guy, I'm thinking about you and some things that happened, but I'm really glad and I'm glad you're doing well. I read about some of the things you're doing in the tech sector. I'm very, very proud of you. Well done. All right, let me read something from Mohammed Babangida. He was appointed on the board of the Bank of Agriculture by the president, and some news came out last week that he had rejected the offer. He came out later to say he didn't. So let me just, he hasn't. Let me read this. The person of former military president Mohammed Babangida was described as fake the letter circulating in social media that he rejected the offer to serve as board chairman of Bank of Agriculture, BOA. Reacting to the fake letter, Alhaji Mahmood Abdullahi, who is one of the media aides to Mohammed Babangida, described the letter in circulation as fake and concocted from disgruntled elements. Well, I'm going to move very quickly. So, I hope you will not wonder, how did you get into history and stuff? Dele Momodu too was carrying it. Yes, I didn't even want to mention that. But yes, he was carrying it. He was carrying it. Sad. You're supposed to confirm these things. Like share Mode Kini. Only Agbaja King Bawoje, but about the Bawoje. All right, moving on to other news, 3:24. We still have some things to cover before we get to the topic of today. This is from the LP, Labour Party. The chairman, Abure, issues ultimatum to Peter Obi. Take a listen to this.
Labour Party. Well, every Nigerian has a right to fraternize with any group, with any political party of his choice. It is a right that is guaranteed by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And therefore, whoever feels that they want to fraternize with any group, the choice is theirs. But the constitution of the party is also very clear. And the constitution of Nigeria is equally clear that you cannot belong to two political parties at the same time. In fact, the Bible said you cannot be hot and cold at the same time. And so the answer is simple. Those who are romancing, we are watching them. And at an appropriate time, the party organs will decide what will happen. The second part of the question is whether the FCT senator is still a member of the party. I think she will be in the better position to answer that question. So I will join that you look for her, find her, and ask her if she's still a member of the party. So I think these are the two questions that are for me. Okay, the third one asked by, well, like we have said in our communique, we have been in this party for years. We have piloted the affairs of this country, of this party.
All right, moving away from that, some things happened last week. We didn't really dwell on it on Tuesday. The APC chairman of Edo State, Jared Tenebe, he was invited on TVC News, where he talked about the same thing he mentioned in his press release. And I thought this was a bit deeper. I wanted you to take a listen to this, and then we'll listen to Wike and also the former governor of Bayelsa State. Take a listen to this, please.
Intelligence that is fooling Mr. Governor's concerns, because she mentioned that it was a lie that 3 people did not die as a result of Obi's visit to Edo State.
Well, my governor is not Peter Obi, who lies. In the first place, the governor did not say the people died while Peter Obi was around. The people died when Peter Obi left, when they were sharing that 15 million he dropped. The governor was merely saying that somebody who said it was dropping. That is one thing. So he didn't say people died when Obi was there. People died after Obi had left, when they were sharing that money that he gave to them. That is what he said. You see, when he said I made a statement that Peter Obi is hated, I hate Peter Obi, the opposite of hate is love. If I don't love you, I hate you. And I know I express myself, so I don't hide my feelings. I don't like Peter Obi, I still maintain it. I don't like him. And if I don't like somebody, I hate the person.
But hate is a strong word. You can dislike someone without hating them, really, Mr. Tenebi. If I don't love you, it doesn't necessarily mean that I hate you. I can dislike you.
No. That is, if the difference between hate and love is what you are saying, that being at the middle. I don't stay at the middle. I'm an extremist. I stay at the extreme. I don't like Peter Obi. I hate him. I have the right to like or hate. The Constitution of Nigeria is clear on freedom of expression. I can express how I feel about somebody. The Constitution does not say don't hate somebody or you don't have to hate somebody. So I can decide to hate or like somebody. Somebody who says...
Let us keep the conversation away from the hatred conversation away from...
That's actually very, very deep stuff. But Theo, thank you so much. Thank you for the gift. The dragon. That was the first time I'm getting that here. So thank you very much for that gift. Thanks a lot. But that hate is very strong. Everybody's telling not to come. But then people say that they are wrong. And they've already played... I think I should play it one more time. What this guy said, Kenneth, based on, okay. I mean, I think you can dislike a person. Hate is very strong. It's an energy I don't think any person should have around them, but that's what he says, so it is what it is. Listen to Kenneth Okonkwo again, and then I want to play a few videos and put them together so you see where this thing is coming from. This is Kenneth Okonkwo speaking on the same issue.
When you are talking about using a fresh candidate for any section, you cannot use the same candidate from that section to defeat an incumbent.
That was not the video I wanted to play, it's the other one. 1 second.
Thank you for this once more. I am going to unpack this dilemma from 3 perspectives or more. 1, as a constitutional and human rights lawyer. 2, as an opposition leader. And 3, as a citizen of Nigeria from Southeast extraction. Now, as a lawyer, you have rightly pointed out that Section 41 is very clear. And let me state what Section 41 said clearly. That every citizen of Nigeria shall be entitled to move freely underline, throughout Nigeria, and to reside in any part thereof. And no citizen of Nigeria shall be expelled from Nigeria or denied entry thereto or exit therefrom. If you put it into context with Edo State, it simply means no citizen of Nigeria can be expelled from Edo State or denied entry into Edo State or exit therefrom. And every citizen of Nigeria has the right to move freely in Edo State. So what the governor said is unconstitutional, It is illegal, it is irresponsible, and it's largely illiterate. Coupled with Section 39 that guarantees freedom of expression and Section 40 that guarantees freedom of association and assembly. Having said that as a lawyer, let me talk as an opposition leader. This is a direct attack, threat, intimidation of opposition leaders. Recall that Adams Oshomole blocked airports. Even the Minister of Aviation noted that what he did was wrong, yet nobody threatened him. Nobody locked him up. If it were an opposition leader, he would have been in jail cooling off before anything is said and done. But whenever you come to APC, your sins are forgiven. And look at an innocent citizen, just because he's an opposition leader. He's been threatened, his life being threatened, that he should not step into Edo State by a governor that is INEC produced, figure challenged, penchomic and petite, and largely illiterate, like I said. Now, let me come in from the point of being a citizen from Igbo extraction. I sense tribalistic, cheap, ethnic bigotry in this governor. If P2B were to be a leader from Hausa land or from Yoruba land, this governor will not dare make such a statement. Recall, when 16 persons were killed in Edo State, before even making any investigation, he ran to Kano State to prostrate. That was a good thing, because life is very, very essential. The same governor that did that is the same governor that is threatening the life of a human being for just coming into your state. This is very annoying. It's a direct threat to Igbo people. It's a direct threat and exhibition of being an Igbo hater. And that should stop. Let me tell you, from where I come from, when you kill even a madman, that's when you know that he has a brother. If a strand of hair falls from P2B, because this is a direct attack and threat to his life. Remember, the governor made it clear. He said his security can no longer be guaranteed. He used the word never, if he does not take permission from him. Let me ask Monde Okpobole, does it mean that when he finishes as a governor, before he travels to any state in Nigeria, he would have to seek the permission of all the governors? Okay. Does it mean that 200 million Nigerians, before they step into Edo State, they would have to seek permission from the governor? Okay. And in the case of AMPP versus the IGP, the law has even been made clear that you don't even need permission, even when you want to embark on a protest. And I'm talking about peaceful protest. Okay. If you don't need permission when you want to embark on a protest, how can a governor be talking about permission to visit a state? Okay.
All right. Was waxing lyrical? You think he's making a lot of sense? We're going to listen to some other things. So number one, this is about Peter Obi, not about Igbo people. I think it takes a person who is from a very underdeveloped culture to think an attack on one person from his place is an attack on everybody from that place. You must be very, very underdeveloped in your thinking to think that you can have a person, you know, and this is exactly what happens even when people commit crimes. Like, is shielded because if you attack that person, you have attacked all of us. Therefore, you can't even amongst yourself. And by the way, that's why Peter Obi also cannot speak against hip-hop. And that's why he said the reason Nnamdi Kanu is in detention is just because he used vulgar words. Forget every other thing that the guy really did, though. Say it's just vulgar words. Because it's like an anathema for you to speak against one of your own. That's a sign. It's not a sign of togetherness. It's a sign of underdevelopment of the mind. But we'll come to that in a bit. First, let me play you something from the former governor of Kaduna State, Governor Nasir Mr. Nasir El-Rufai. Take a listen to this. And this, okay, in fact, I won't even explain. Just take a listen.
Book report with his own number that is going to host the Minister of FCT.
Of the APC, Your Excellencies, the organizers, our elders. In 2013, I went to Anambra State as an official of the APC to witness the by-election for governorship. Your next guest, Peter Obi, was governor. You got me arrested and detained for 48 hours in my hotel room. Now I am the governor of Kaduna State. And he is coming to Kaduna. In addition to the police and the SSS, I have one mechanized division Nigerian Army here. If I need to arrest and detain anyone. But we are northerners. We are civilized. We don't do things like that.
When I was coming in here, when I came here now, somebody told me, he said, Peter, your brother, my brother, the governor of Kaduna State, said that he came to my state and I detained him. Let me tell you, it's good when you answer, when these things happen, you clarify them. Number one, in my 8 years of being governor, only in the first 3 months did I have a commissioner that is not from the north. I want you to, only in my first 3 months did I have a commissioner.
How is that the answer to the question of you detaining a person in Anambra State? Who is asking about your commissioner from the north? You see how this... That
is not from the north. Commissioner of police. Only 3 months. And that's because I met the person. At the time the governor said this, it was during the election. The police commissioner that was there then was from Adamawa. It says, what is...
Let me just remind you that the commissioner he keeps mentioning is not the one who appointed the commissioner. The commissioner of police that he's talking about is appointed by the federal government. It not be like say in get this altruism towards the north. In can't they put northerners for commissioner of police. Not be governor they appoint commissioner of police for Nigeria. At least the Nigeria where we there for now. Not be saying na him put them. But go see where he go end this nonsense. I bet just listen.
Then again, Barry, CP Barry from Adama, the AIG that supervised the election was Nasarawa. CP Nasarawa from the north, the DIG that came for that election was from Kano. Tell me my powers, I was in Abuja. Government was PDP and NPC. Tell me how Abuja person will issue order for somebody to be detained. Even me was detained in my local government and I was working for. But however, all of us I committed is that when they asked me, I said, that's how they treat everybody, that I wouldn't be in Kaduna on day of election. That was the only thing. And he took it up. There's no way. I cannot do that. Co-chairman, I never asked anybody to carry ID. As governor of Anambra State, I have the best ADC in Nigeria, the best policeman. My ADC, Mohammed, is from Kano. He's the best policeman till today that I've ever met. He's from Kano. Who will I give the order? We're going to go and give order on himself. So how will I tell Mohammed, who lives in my house every day, and close to his family, I get up and say, Mohammed, I want to deal with your people. And he will say that, call my ADC.
Do you know why he keeps saying somebody's from the north, Mohammed is from the north, it depends from Adamawa? How will I tell Mohammed to go and do this? Because it's clannish. In other words, Mohammed will not arrest his brother. That's why El-Rufai said, we are northerners, we are civilized. Do you know what that means? When in that moment it says we are Northerners, we are civilized, you know exactly what it means. Some people are not civilized in this nation. Meanwhile, there's no sense of responsibility. There's always somebody else. It must be someone else that probably did something. Even me, they tell me I should say Atomo. And guess what? You know, I can't. How will I do it? The person in charge is Hausa. Are you saying because the person is Hausa or the person is from the north, not even Hausa, because it's from the north, he will not do something against a Northerner? So if, for instance, you had a Southern police commissioner, then that would be justified because after all, they're not from the same place. Who is tribalistic now? If your answer only comes from the prism of ethnicity region, you are the one who actually has that problem. Who asked you who the governor is, who the clinical? Oh, if all of them are from the north, therefore they cannot arrest their person, which means that you, in your mind, you think that if people are from your region and they're doing something wrong, you cannot do anything about it because they are from your region. That's what you just said. Let's move on to where this has happened, other spaces where this has happened in the past. It happened, by the way, I mentioned Bayelsa earlier. So take a listen to this one from Governor Doyediri. Who is this, James? So you have to stop this your nonsense, I beg. I saw it the first time, I didn't respond. Stop it. This is from the governor of Bayelsa. Take a listen, please.
From this state, particularly one George Turner, is threatening the peace of this state. And recently there is a Facebook report with his own number that is going to host the Minister of FCT in Tombia roundabout in Bayelsa. The minister is not from Bayelsa State. This is not FCT. This is Bayelsa State. All service commanders should be at alert. That meeting must not take place in Bayelsa State. He can host his minister anywhere outside Bayelsa State. And I direct further that no public place, no public school, no public place, infrastructure should be used by anybody except by the approval of the state government. Every public facility in this state owned by the Bayelsa state government, nobody can use it except with the express approval of the Bayelsa state government. And nobody should import and export insecurity in their states to Bayelsa state. And so service commanders, you are put on alert that any of such gatherings should not and will not hold in Bayelsa state. There is a government.
That's from the governor of Bayelsa talking about the minister of FCT. This is not old news, so this is recent. But there's one more, then we'll move on. This is now from the FCT minister talking about the relationship that he had with Peter Obi when he was governor of Rivers State. Take a listen to this.
Nobody will be abusing you. But because you're the governor, that's why every time they will talk one thing or the other. I've watched on television on recent unnecessary debates. And that is why I say Nigerians forget history. When I was governor, when Peter Obi was coming to my state, he notified me that he was coming to my state. I provided logistics, vehicles for him to use. Because at that level, as a profile presidential candidate, if he does not tell you and anything happens, the governor will be held responsible. And people should stop politicking when the truth is being told. Obi, knowing fully well with their so-called coalition, anything can happen. They will accuse the governor that he was behind it. So the statement you made, you are quite right. You didn't say, don't come. All I'm saying, if you are coming, tell me, because I'm here to protect you.
That's from the FCT Minister, Wiki. I'd like to end today's section of today's session on a positive note by playing two clips from the president. One where you could feel his emotions talking about the dividend of democracy getting to the people at the grassroots. And then the other one was more official. So I'm going to play the official one where he talked about, trade, global trade and stuff. And then I'll end with the other one about how folks at the grassroots should be benefiting from the government. So take a listen to this one first, and I'll play the other one in a bit. It's quite long. Oh shoot, not here. Sorry, now two devices are carried for hand, so all right, take a listen to this one.
Honorable Minister and members of honored committee for the single window, good afternoon. It is with great excitement and optimism that I stand before you today to launch the National Single Window Initiative, a transformative project that will propel our nation's economy to new heights. This initiative, not just a policy, it is a bold statement of our commitment to progress, prosperity, and the well-being of every Nigerian. As your president, I have always believed in the immense potential of our great nation. We are a people blessed with resilience, creativity, and unwavering spirit of enterprise. However, for far too long, our economic growth has been hindered by the complexities and inefficiencies in our trade processes. Today, we say that should be no more. The National Single Window is a game changer that will revolutionize the way we conduct trade. By simplifying government trade compliance through a digital platform, we will unlock the doors to economic prosperity and all other opportunities. This initiative will link our ports, government agencies, and key stakeholders, creating a seamless and efficient system that will facilitate trade like never before.
All right, it's quite long. I'm just going to quickly read something to explain what this is all about. So when I kept hearing NSW, Nigeria Single Window, I kept asking what it meant. So I found a gentleman who was kind enough to break it down, and I'm just going to read out what he tweeted. It says, first, what is FOB? So somebody asked him, please, what is the correlation between the proposed 4% FOB by custom and this NSW? It says, first, what is FOB? FOB means free on board. That's just a fancy way of saying how much the goods cost before they are shipped to Nigeria. So if you buy a toy from another country, the FOB price is the cost of the toy before it enters the ship or plane to Nigeria. No shipping or extra fees yet. Now, the custom wants to collect 4% of that price as a tax. So if the toy costs 1,000 naira, they want to collect 40 naira, which is 4% as duty. What is NSW, Nigeria Single Window? NSW is like one big computer. It's like one big computer system that helps everyone, customs, importers, banks, ports, to talk in one place. Instead of running around with papers, NSW makes things faster and easier by doing it all online. So the connection between the 4% FOB and NSW is that the 4% FOB tax will now be calculated and collected using the NSW system. That means no more manual stress. The NSW will automatically show how much 4% is and where it should go. It will also help stop cheating, so everyone pays the right amount. In simple words, Nigeria wants to collect 4% tax on goods before they arrive. The NSW is a computer system that helps make this collection fast, clean, and correct. I thought that was really beautiful. I understood it having read what he wrote, and I thought I should share that with you. I think he does this thing where he breaks down very complex economic concepts. His name again is Bolaji Fesomade. All right, so moving away from that, I'm going to end with what the president had to say about dividends of democracy to people at the grassroots. Take a listen to this. Dividends of democracy to people at the grassroots. Take a listen to this.
No sincerity, the number of people in IDPs. No sincere leader in this country will be happy seeing that. We have to pull together to rescue Nigeria from banditry. Yes, we know we are making progress, but we want to eliminate that one completely. The food security cannot be achieved without putting in place the needed security. And we must work on that together.
I found the video. Let me just play it. I wanted to move on from this whole thing, but I guess there's a lot of stuff on this particular matter, but more play. I may not be like say we'll not even play anything from that arena. But your Burusha, people just send you things. So some of those things you can't even talk about it out here, but let's do the one we can do. All right, this one. Please take a listen to this gentleman from Ghana. Like he likes to say, he's from Ghana. 1 second, guys. All right, take a listen to this.
Yes, I'm an IPOB member. I support IPOB. I can never deny it. I support IPOB because I'm a Biafran. God bless you all. And please, anywhere you are, I want you to know that this allegation against me that I'm harboring a Bubago leader is 100% lie. Don't take it serious. It's 100% lie. My enemies, whatever you think you are doing against me, you never succeed. Because who God has blessed him. You are not my God. My God is the one that made me a king. You are not my God. And you cannot destroy the blessings of God upon my life. Rather, you that is planning evil, cooking evil, arrange evil against me, the evil will come back to you. You will never succeed. That's my promise. So my brothers and my sisters, anywhere you all over the world, never believe this truth. It's never true. It's a lie. Every Igbo man in Ghana knows who I am. And they know I'm number one Igbo man in this country that protect, educate, save, and promote Igbo people. Not only in Ghana, all over the world. I'm doing the best I can. I've not even finished the good work I'm doing for Igbo. How much more harboring somebody who's wasting blood of innocent Igbos? Please, it's never true. And that is never true.
Okay. Please just make of that whatever you. I don't get strength for this kind of matter.
You are under oath. Yes. And by virtue of that oath, you are under that direct order from me. Yes. Any day you wake up, you hear I've been arrested, born Nigeria down.
One more, which I think is important. before we bring people up? No, two more actually. One on Ghana and one on serious stuff.
My fellow Nigerians, anywhere you are in the world. Please, my fellow Nigerians, anywhere you are in the world, I want you to know that the authority of Ghana are seriously on this matter. The authority of Ghana are protecting Nigerians in Ghana, not only Nigerians, every foreigner, the Ghanaians. We are not under attack. Nobody came to my house for protest. Nobody has gone to any Nigerian man's house for protest. These things are internet makeup. That is not for real. So anywhere you are, be rest assured that the nation are protecting us because we did not do anything wrong. As
One second.
It's not a title for kings. It is not a title for chiefs. Traditionally, the Igbos did not have kings and chiefs. Any Igbo person that tells you that in the history of the Igbos there have been kings and chiefs is lying to you. The Igbos assimilated the tradition of kings and chiefs from their neighbors, originally from the Gala people and the Bini people. Then, going forward, when the British came to Nigeria, they did not see kings among the Igbos. You want to verify this from older sources. Go to Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart, Arrow of God. It's not kings.
All right. I wouldn't recommend fiction if I'm discussing the issue of my people, but I mean, it is what it is. Arrow of God, Things Fall Apart seem to be the place to find it. But I mean, there and also in other history books, that's what it says is actually the truth, regardless of the sources he's bringing up. All right. Let's have people come up. We'll engage for a few minutes and then we'll get into the topic of today. We're discussing Awolowo's path, but like we always do, we spend some time on the news and then we'll have people react. So let's bring people up now. Please, as soon as you get up, please mute. If you've sent your request, please, as soon as you get up, kindly mute. So we begin with, please mute, everyone, please. Alpha Pro, Afolabi, FFT, please mute. This is not difficult though.
I'm finding it difficult to mute. Can you mute me?
I can't mute you, that's the problem. So maybe I'll take it and then you can come back up. Maybe it's your, I don't know, maybe it's your device, you can come back up. I'm trying to mute you as well, it's not working. But you can send your request, I'll bring you back up. Let's have Alpha Proxima. Alpha Proxima, are you there? Okay, FFT, please go on.
Hello, good afternoon.
Afternoon, my brother.
Okay, we missed you yesterday, but thank God you're back here.
Thank you.
So, what I really want to talk about is about the, the state of origin and state creation, state of origin thing and stuff like that. Yesterday, I was back and forth with some guys on Twitter, and the issue I have with this, this thing is that the people that think along the line of, scratching state of origin, especially the ones that are from the Yoruba people, I don't know why they think that they are more civilized and more, into what they are more 21st century. And they go like the what
did not have kings and chiefs.
So they go like the world has changed and nobody thinks like that anymore. And I don't understand why it's very hard to let them do these things. I was explaining to that the person was saying that we should have place of birth law, and but when we have the place of birth law, that we also there should also be a law that that protects indigenous rights. I'm like, how does this thing even tally? It's not telling me instances of red Indians in America. I'm like, why do people keep comparing Nigeria to America, Canada, Brazil? These guys are, they are settlers colonies. They are not indigenous places. Then he went on and started giving me examples of Singapore, UK. I'm like, the UK doesn't work the way you are saying it. The UK is actually favors my own argument over yours. They brought again, both of them brought the whole Indian stuff. It's like, it's the same thing. This Indian example is even an example that was given in Awolowo's book. And definitely you guys are not Awist by ideology, of course. So you cannot be arguing with me on an example that favors me. Later, when people don't want to agree to your agreement, your argument because it's superior, they're like, yeah, they're not even arguing anymore. Like, all right. But the issue I have is that why is it more pleasing for people to think what do we call this thing? Liberalism is more interesting than, let's say, pragmatic pluralism. I'm not even saying being conservative, but there's pragmatic pluralism, and that's how a society works. That why is it that the whole Pan-Africanism, Pan-Nigerian, let us be one Nigeria is more appealing to people's sentiments than a united Nigeria in that context? So that's what I really want to have answer to. And if there are people on this space that still think like that, like, why do you people think that's a better thing? Because if assuming we've not done it before now, and that's why we are not progressing, I'll be able to say, okay, you have an argument. What we are practicing today is one Nigeria. The only reason why you can argue that it's not one Nigeria is because we have not been able to achieve it. Why have we not been able to achieve it? Because a failed experiment. Let's do something else. Let's go along another line. Why it is difficult for people to think that way? You are doing something is not working, and you're not trying the alternative. It's something I really don't understand. So if there's anybody maybe listening and have a very good reason to why it is more appealing for you guys to keep trying something that doesn't work over something that actually we've seen it work in different places. So yeah, that's just my submission this afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that. So I have two answers. I have two answers, but maybe I think there may be more. So other people could also contribute to it when it's their turn to speak. Number one, I think, is Hollywood. Right. So for some very weird reasons, we look at life through the lens of America, which is actually quite interesting because America shows you what they want you to see, not necessarily what is happening there. So what we do basically is that anything that's happening, we say, oh, America does it this way, which is one of the mistakes I think we made in 1979 by copying American presidential system. It doesn't work for a country like Nigeria. The best thing it wasn't perfect, but what we had, before Iransi was actually a lot better than whatever it is that we've been practicing since then. So number one, of course, is that we tend to think America has it's the world power, so everybody should be like America. So okay, without understanding the history of America, without understanding the uniqueness or the peculiarities, please mute. Without understanding the peculiarities of America, we just say, oh, we want to be like America. My question to people that always talk about this American thing is this: would you want to be like Native Americans? Would you want to be restricted to a place called reservation just because the people who came have already taken over the entire place, and having taken over that place? In fact, let me even tell you something. We even assume this thing about his residence. Even that was not the way it started. In the beginning, it was very, very ethnic. And I've said this several times. The opening up of America that we see right now is not even up to 70 years. The real opening up that we see with everybody being able to flock in the way they are right now actually started in 1965, recently. Before then, it was for the people who conquered the land originally, which would be white, Anglo-Saxons, Protestants. And then they open it up. But again, they are not connected to that land ancestrally. The people who are connected to their land ancestrally are the ones who have now been put in a place they call reservation camp. or reservations all over the country. Nigeria is not a settler's colony. Nigeria is made up of ancestral spaces. The people of those spaces have a right to determine how it is. Being in one nation does not mean they lose their uniqueness. And you see it in Spain, you see it, but I like to use UK a lot. I use UK intentionally because we were colonized by the UK. The UK that colonized you, they understand the fact that you have different ethnicities that make up the country, and then they structure themselves along those lines, which is what any sane person would do, because you don't want to be like a threat to the owners of the land. You know, if you are sane, what you usually do is this: when you get to a place that's not yours, you find a way to share joy or mobe. But if you don't have sense, you go everywhere telling them that they should change things to make you happy. And you will not hear this thing from an English person, for instance, goes to Wales, and they're in the same UK. Oh. An English person cannot go to Wales and tell them that, oh, I don't like the fact that you're always speaking this language. Why not you speak English? Aren't we in the same country? Are we not United Kingdom? Nobody cares. I read from a person last week who was talking about what happened. He had a very interesting conversation with a person in Liverpool. And then he said to the person, that it was English. He was talking to the person and said, are you English people? And the person took offense. And he said, I'm not English, I'm Irish. I'm from Northern Ireland. I live in Liverpool, but I'm not English. There is pride in identity. It is those who come from a shameful background that don't care so much about what they have, that they want to throw it away to become somebody else. Meanwhile, they're telling the person to also throw it away in order to make them feel comfortable. It's because they are thieves. Number two is that a lot of people have been so mixed with people with that mindset that they think that they have to placate them. And I'll give you an example. If you have a lot of friends from the Southeast, with all due respect, most times you're going to look at them and think that they are hated, or they are being victimized, or they are being marginalized. And it's not because that's the reality, it's because that's the rhetoric you've heard over and over again. So in order for you to feel like you are with them, like, oh, I was going to share on Twitter, sorry, hey, yeah, Twitter people, sorry, I was going to share this thing earlier because the other link that we have is broken. Guys, 1 second, I'm going to come back to this. Thank you for joining us, Dami, and thank you for even reminding me of that. When you have relationship with certain people who you can't have two sentences, you can't have a conversation without them telling you how Nigeria has done something terrible. James William, if you want to be here, please, you're going to have to mute. I don't think you want to be here. Mombo, just a second. I think that should work better. I can do live video on Twitter, yes. The thing is just I'm looking at how to make sure that the sound quality on Twitter would be good, right? So once I'm able, because there's a mixer that is connecting all these devices right now. So if I'm able to find a way to loop that in, I will do it. Give me a second. I'm going to explain this, and I want to make sure I'm concentrating when I'm doing that. Let me just get our people on board. Yeah, Mombo. Because I think that a lot of, especially the younger ones, but I'm not saying only the younger ones, I'm saying especially, because I know that there are older ones as well who are caught up in this, oh, let's be fair. And, man, I've said it before, if there's anything, people talk about Azikiwe, when they want to celebrate Azikiwe, they talk about Pan-Africanism. That's not Azikiwe's accomplishment. Mombo, I'll tell you what his accomplishment really is. I'm just going to do this quickly. It's here. Okay, we're good. Okay, we're good. All right. Okay, now I'm back. Some people erroneously think that Azikiwe's greatest achievement is Pan-Africanism. I'll tell you this. Azikiwe was not a Pan-African. He wasn't. It was just rhetoric. It was just a narrative that worked. It was fantastic branding, by the way, and I respect him for that. He knew how to brand himself. But that's not really his greatness. His greatness was actually the art of propagandizing. Azikiwe was described in 1960 as the first consummate propagandist in Nigeria, and I believe that to be true. He would combine two disparate thoughts that you would expect people not to be able to put together, but he will put those two things together and it will fit in perfectly. For instance, I've said it before, he will tell you you are superior to everybody, but he will tell you that you are the victim of everybody. He will combine those two things together and feed you with that thing. And the fact that he was able to successfully put two contrary views in the minds of an entire group, for me, I think that was his greatness. And what he did was what Achebe did. It was what Ojukwu did. It's what Nnamdi Kanu is doing. It's what Ekpa is doing. It's what all of them do. They will tell you are better than someone say I'm being unfair. You have not studied this man. I say that the things I can say because we also want to make sure that we're not going overboard. That's the reason I don't say some things. If you study the person, forget all this Father of Africa. There's a book that was published in the 1980s. Do you know what they wrote in that book? 1985. The book was published. I won't tell you the title because I've already said it here before. It went from Zik of Africa to Zik of Nigeria to Zik of Eastern Region to Zik of Onitsha and then to ordinary Zik. There is nothing Pan-African about this man. Study the 1964 constitutional crisis. Study the issue between him and Kwame Nkrumah. We'll talk about that later. The point I'm trying to make is this. You can't compare Zik to Kanu. Oh, Taco, do you want to be here or do you want to Bare? The point is that rhetoric is exactly what Kanu is doing, where he will tell you that you are the greatest. And where do you find this? In a speech that was published in 1949. He gave that speech and he published it in his own newspaper, where he said that they were superior race. God has specifically or specially created the Igbo nation. That's what he said. And the plan was that God had was for them to lead the other people on the continent. Everybody else should be led by the Igbos. In that same speech, he said they were victims of marginalization. They had taxation without representation. He said all of those things. And 1 second. What's that? Oh, fine. Cabo. Nice. That rhetoric is what everybody uses. Sorry, if you see me pausing at any point, apart from the fact that I was greeting my kids who just came in, it's because we have some retards coming on the live. So, yeah. I'm not being sarcastic. Dr. Begilo, I'm not being sarcastic. The tool that Zik used is the exact same tool that Nnamdi Kanu uses. I'm not being sarcastic. It's in the 1949 speech at Aba. I'm not making anything up. Don't look for it online, Shao. You have to find it in books because now they've changed it online. If you find any reference to 1949 speech, that statement, you're not going to find it there. Meanwhile, if you find his own newspaper that was published in 1949, you'll see it there. Exalting his race is not the point. It's the fact that you cannot claim to be Pan-African. You know what? Give me a second, guys. Let's do something on Zik. Let me read something to you. Let me find his book. Let me find his book for you so that you understand the contradiction in Zik himself. This is not what I'm trying to talk about. I'm trying to tell you how people have internalized this thing. Kanu often copies Zik, but Zik is going on reality. Which reality? Oh, guy, I've not read. You know what? 1 second. Let me read something for. There's a book he published in 1937. Zik published this book in 1937. The book is called Renaissance Africa. Take a listen to what he had to say. Emagbo, it says, social regeneration must be experienced in African society. African conventions, and another thing is this, there's this unnecessary fascination for Africa as a whole. Nigeria is too big, but no, they want one Africa. Meanwhile, there's no one Igbo. Just take me. I don't want to say something. Let me just read. May not be like say, may just read. May you hear what they talk. I will now answer the question that our brother asked. Social regeneration must be experienced in African society. Who is speaking here? Azikiwe. When? 1937. African conventions cannot be said to be consistent with what is ethical, just, and equitable. African society must be democratic. The ills of the present social order hinge on the continuation of the forces of man's inhumanity to man. Let the Renaissance Africa take upon himself the burden of looking at his fellow African as a man. Nothing more, nothing less. Tribal appellations cause tribal idiosyncrasies. These lead ultimately to vanity and superciliousness and disharmony. A regenerated social order must come. Fanti or Ga, Temne or Mende, Yoruba or Igbo, Bantu or Tuareg, Bubi or Hausa, Jollof or Kru, all are Africans, all are human beings. A man's a man for that. The idea you get from this is that we have some, Jesus. How did we get so many clowns at the same time? Let's do it one by one. Like, some of you should come, then when I'm done with them, then the next batch can come. You want a situation where there is no tribal idiosyncrasies, we're all the same. Let's have this flat curve. I mean, you flatten the curve, essentially. Let's flatten the curve of idiosyncrasies and individual, or let me put this, ethnic identity or ethnic uniqueness. Let's flatten the curve. We're all the same. Then suddenly, your own group is not the one that God has specially created to help the rest of us. You think there's no problem with that? If you're a person who celebrates your uniqueness and acknowledge the fact that others are unique, then what you are saying is good. Once you say that every other person should become the same, it says there should be no tribal idiosyncrasies because they lead to vanity and superciliousness. Everybody should be African and human being. Everybody should just be that, not based on tribalism. Now, if you are saying that, how come suddenly God has specially created your own group to rescue the rest of us? How come before we know what's happening, your own group is not the one that is better than other groups? Meanwhile, you say all of us are the same. The more you study Zik, with all due respect, and read. Let me recommend 2 books. You can read this one, 1937, Renaissance Africa. Then read Odyssey. It was published in 1970. My Odyssey. That's his own autobiography. Read those 2 books. If you don't find contradictions in those books, that means that you are dumb. I'm sorry. It's in that one that was talking about how in my Odyssey was saying how he was under the impression that they had won the Western region. And then the fact that they was not allowed to win now means that the Yoruba people are tribalistic. He did not say they won, no. He said they were under, this were his exact words. He said himself and NCNC were under the impression that they were going to have 40 seats out of 80 in Western Parliament in Ibadan. This was in 1951. I was under the impression. And then the people that you were expecting to join you decided to join others. Not that they were part of you, they were in the middle. You are on the left, other groups on the right. Both of you are wooing the people at the center. The people at the center then decide to go to the right. You are on the left. You now say, I was under the impression that they are going to come with me. Not that they are with you. And based on the fact that they went to the other people or the other group, you then go around telling the world that your people are tribalistic. But you are not tribalistic. Meanwhile, God has specially created your own group. I will get to that state creation thing one day, and then we are going to read exactly what plan Zik had for the Eastern minorities. See, this Nigeria that we're all celebrating, everybody has 500 naira notes, we have statesmen. Let's just keep it that way. All this gaslighting people by saying somebody is king of Africa is nonsense. It's not going to work. It's going to win 40 out of 60. Meanwhile, let me tell you what makes this thing crazy. The groups that founded NCNC, many of them were Yoruba groups. So apart from TUC, the union, I'm using TUC because that's what we understand now. Union, apart from union, the trade union, every other group was Yoruba group. Even people that worked with what's this man's name? the first president of NCNC, first chairman now, because first president of NCNC, Herbert Macaulay. People like Alimoto Pelewura, who was the leader of the market women in Lagos and the one who handed over to Tinubu's mother, Abibatu Mogaji. Alimoto Pelewura was the one leading the market women. Do you know that all the seats in Lagos, 5 seats in Lagos, all the seats were taken by NCNC? But the man who was supposed to be the one leading them eventually showed his hands by overplaying this whole thing of we're all the same. And they turned that party that was supposed to be for all of us, they turned it into an Igbo party as soon as they moved to Enugu. If people are not talking, not because you have some fantastic history, just because people want to be, let's just let sleeping dogs lie. But I said something 2 years ago when they started this thing of insulting Yoruba people and changing history and talking about things they know nothing about. I'm like, okay, maybe it's time to actually discuss the real history. It could have made all of us one color, one race, one speak one language. I don't know if you are trying to be sarcastic, but I'll tell you this. If he made all of you one language, one race, one stuff, it's going to be based on the Igbo identity. The same idea is what you saw in Iransi. The same idea is what Ojukwu was doing. It's the same thing. Why did Ojukwu hate Zik so much? Why? Well, let's get back to the question now. Let me just answer the question the person asked. They love Yoruba people who have been guilt-tripped. They guilt-trip you with this rhetoric of, oh, we suffered, they did this to us, they did that to us, and you don't know any better. And by the way, let me put it this way. If people give you that kind of sob story, naturally, you should feel bad. If you don't feel bad, something is wrong with you. So it's natural for you to feel bad. So you are not wrong for feeling bad. But you are ignorant. As soon as you understand what really happened, you will still have compassion, but you will have compassion with sense, with wisdom. For instance, a person cannot come to your house and, in the name of compassion, eject you from your father's house because the person has a problem with accommodation. So now tell you stuff until you now vacate your house and say, just come and stay there. Your own children, now put them on the streets. That's compassion without wisdom. You hear numbers. Oh, can you call number of people died? Can you call number of people? Can you call Nigeria did this to us? You don't know why. And because you don't know why, they can easily guilt trip you. Why do people hate me on social media? It's not because what I'm saying is a lie. It's because you are taking away the power they have. The only power that was given by certain people's elders is the power of victimhood. And once you have victimhood, what do? You weaponize empathy. Once I come to you to tell you that, see what they did to me. And if you see any group in your life, and I'm talking generally, any person in your life who has never ever been wrong, run away from such people. In real life, or forget even politics. Anybody in this life who always talks to you about what people have done to them, they would never take responsibility for anything. Run away from them. You know why? They will do it to you. And that's what happened to Victor Banjo. I watched a video yesterday. An elderly man, gray head. He spoke. You know they are on me. Not based on information. Ojukwu said, and it became gospel to you. Ojukwu, gray head was around. That's why I said, Agba Okogbo. Agba Okogbo. You expect wisdom from gray hair, and that's the normal thing. But the person who is talking may not be necessary. And I'm not even mentioning anybody's name. Some people have gray hair, but it is well. Let's just put it that way. Agba Okogbo. Aged, but the person opens their mouth to speak and they're telling you Ojukwu said, therefore this must be it because Ojukwu said it. Not based on, that's why just because a person is old and was there doesn't mean they know what happened. No reference to anything, nothing like I was there. If you were there, I would listen. You were not there, you were just listening to what Ojukwu said, and based on that I should believe you. Say waiting happen now. They will tell you these things. And we've been hearing that since we're growing up. Somebody said, you feel bad, as you should. You should feel bad. But guess what? You should also try and fact check what they're telling you. Is it true? And this is apart from the fact that some people are, because of marriage or whatever relationship, you marry somebody, now your brain, the chemicals in your brain have now changed. You can't think properly again because of your bed. Like you can have brain and still have your bed. Whatever, if you want to marry anywhere, marry. But I mean, think. I'll put it this way, majority of what you hear from the Southeast in terms of history is absolute lie. I'm saying it. Listen, if I bring out books from the East, the ones on the hard copies, not the soft copies, so the hard copies, you cannot see everything. Nobody say I don't read everything, but brothers and sisters, I don't try small. I don't try. And there's one thing you notice in every single book that you read, apart from maybe one or two, and I've mentioned those two before. I've mentioned like Njoku's book, you still see modicum of, okay. There's another one that came to my mind, right? Nigeria's 5 majors. But even that one, you know, they try. But they can't switch to the normal thing, say, then do them to us. Every one of them tell you the same thing. They did this to us. But guess what? Read what was said by observers, dispassionate observers, non-Nigerians, even Nigerians from different places. Just read what they have to say about the same thing. Let me give a very simple example. I already mentioned the thing about the death toll the other day. I don't want to go back into it. How Ojukwu hyped the numbers from an incident. Ojukwu hyped it 4 times. 4. Even the best folks from the East, they go with the hype number today. The hype number, you'll find it in Frederick Forsyth's book, Biafran Story. You'll find it in, what's this man's name? Achebe's book, There Was a Country. And you will find it in Ojuku's speeches. Any sensible person outside that space, you will not find it. Ojukwu will go from between 7 to 8. I mean, by the way, let me say this, because when I talk about people dying, I don't like to just. It's a very touchy subject. When we talk about people dying, it's actually very, very touchy. Okay, and I don't use people's death just flippantly and say I want to win an argument. No, it's sad. Okay, one person dying is one too many. Okay, so I'm not saying this because it doesn't really matter how many people died. But you cannot blackmail me by manufacturing figures, one. Then number two, by obscuring the reasons or the things that led to the death of those people. I'll give you 2 examples very quickly. Number one, and I've said this last, I know I said this last, but I want to say it again so that we can have something fuller in case some people were not here. When you have a situation where people died in September of 1966, a lot of them were Igbos, and it was terrible. But when we tell the story, you know where we start the story from? We start the story in September. That's disingenuous. If you're going to talk that September story, you have to go to at least, if you don't want to travel far, you must go to January. You must see what happened in January. And by the way, that January, we did a series here based on what happened between January 15th and January 14th and January 16th. In those 48 hours, the things that happened, they will make for series, like movie series. But guess what? Even that thing that happened between January 14 and January 16 of 1966, the plan for that thing was 22 years in the making. And that's why I said Nigeria's story, it's hiding in plain sight. It's hidden in books. From 1944, certain things were put in place by certain people. And I've always said it, the generality of the Igbo people may not know about these things. But guess what? Number one, when it worked, it favored you and you took advantage of it. Number two, when it doesn't work, the people who planned it or who knew about it, they'll rile you up and then you say people hate you. And the reason you're saying they hate you is because they are saying that this thing must not work. There's no way you're going to have terrible plans for me and I want it to work. We talked about it last week, how Yoruba people had Egwemo Dudua, and in their I'll call it their modus operandi, they had the plans for Yoruba people, then they had plans for Nigerians. And the plans they had for Nigeria also included every other group flourishing. The plans that Igbo State Union had for Nigerians was everybody getting destroyed for Igbos to rise. That's what is there. It is written, like it's not even like I'm saying it. Documents signed by Mbadiwe, and Mbanugo in 1964. I have that document. I'm not special for having it. Many people have it. It's in libraries all over the place. People just don't talk about it. I think we need to talk about these things, and I'm not talking about it today, but I'll just say Lerefe, I'll just say it in passing. When people discover the plans that certain people had for them, and then the plans that were being executed, what happened between 1960 and 1964 in federal civil service? May it never happen again in Nigeria history. It was dominated by Igbos, not out of merit, not because of merit. It was the craziest idea of nepotism. Whatever you blamed Buhari for, you have no idea what happened to those guys in the 60s. Once you get that power, the clannish mindset kicks in. Every single opportunity is taken, to the point where a janitor was made the chairman of a recruitment board in the Nigerian Railway Corporation in 1962. Between 62 and 64. A janitor, and the only thing that made that person, that qualified him to be a janitor, became the chair. This is not testimony time, God blessing time. It is nepotism time. They are talking about Nepo on Twitter now, Nepo babies. If you know Nepo is really 1960 to 1964. There's a document about it. It's in the Telegram channel. Redomi Global on Telegram. Please check it out. Look for that document, white paper. It's a white paper on it was published by NCNC, the Western Caucus. By the time you see what happened in 66, it was a continuation of what stopped in 64. When power changed hands. When there was constitutional crisis. When Ojukwu said to plan his own coup. All those things happened in 64 because there was a constitutional crisis that led eventually to the house arrest of this president at the time. And the president at the time was Azikiwe. He was under house arrest because of the constitutional crisis between himself and Tafawa Balewa. That led to Ojukwu planning a coup that was eventually scuttled because Ejo reported to Foster. I mean, it's a long story. The point is, by 66, you have the January coup, and I've said it several times. Okay, and maybe when you hear this thing, all these people weaponizing empathy, it will reduce. You will have compassion, valid compassion, like the valid one, not the one that is weaponized. All this, I know, I'm sorry for you, I'm sorry about it, they shouldn't have done it to you. You don't know what happened. Folks were unalived in all regions but the eastern region. And I've said it several times, at least 2 coups happened on that same day. At least 2. Maybe we had more, but at least nothing less than 2 coups happened on the 15th of January 1966. One, the benefit, okay, let me put it this way. The revolutionary coup that people talk about, and they tell you, oh, go and read Adewale Ademoyega, go and read it. That is own coup. Wale Ademoyega, Nzogu, those ones, they were doing revolutionary coup. We're going to change Nigeria. We're going to turn it around. Corruption, nepotism, all these things. We're going to do it. We're going to do it in Lagos. Let me tell you what they thought. They'll do it in Lagos, in Ibadan, in Kaduna, in Enugu, in Benin, and they will go and bring somebody out of prison in Calabar. That was what they thought. Only for you to read the special branch report of April 1966 and discover that the original planners of the coup had only 3 places in mind: Lagos, Ibadan, and Kaduna. There was no single plan for Enugu, let alone Benin. No matter what you read in Frederick Forsyth's book, it's just propaganda. Everybody else was killed. Or people from every other region had people killed. And everybody was happy, like, we're going to change Nigeria. Until they opened their eyes and discovered that, wait, he didn't do anything to any Igbo politician. And no Igbo senior officer. Not one. So how about Udegbe? Udegbe was not a senior officer. He was a quartermaster general. He wasn't like Ademulegun. Anybody who could be a threat to Ironsi was killed. Ademulegun was killed with his 8th-month pregnant wife in Kaduna. Ralph Shodende was killed in that same Kaduna. Then they killed Memalari, they killed Kerr Mohammed, they killed Lagema, they killed Pam. These were officers that could be a threat. If they notice that, because for instance, if you read the time they go, if you read the Welby report, that he gave, Welby Everard was a GOC, the last British GOC in Nigerian army. The people they recommended would be Ademulegun. So he had Ademulegun on lockdown. Ironsi was not first choice. So even though that it became GOC because of politics, of course, is normal. It happened. Now that you want to displace all these political leaders, you have to make sure that all the people that they recommended, like Ademulegun, like what's this man's name? Memalari and Ogundipe, you have to eliminate them and make sure that only these persons survive. The only reason those other people, anybody that was not killed, that was senior officer in Nigeria at the time, the only reason they were not killed was because they were not around. By the time they were done, the most senior officer was Victor Banjo. We'll talk about that another day. Somebody says Azikiwe was out of Nigeria. Do you know what happened to that make him out of Nigeria? I said one day I'm going to have a session on why Azikiwe was out of Nigeria. Azikiwe was part of the entire plan, part of every single thing. How do I know? Even the meeting that led to Ironsi becoming the head of state, Azikiwe was in the meeting, was on a call. How do I know? He said it. January 16, 1966, while everybody was doing stuff in Nigeria, Azikiwe was telling the world that we have a new sheriff in town, even though Nigerians did not even know until 11:50 p.m. We'll talk about all of those things some other time. But where I'm going is this. In order to discuss what happened in September, you have to go to January. So January, they unalive everybody. People were now looking at them. They did what they did. Taunting people, insulting people, just like they do on social media right now, insulting the hell out of Hausa people in Hausa land. Those ones now got angry after it's not Grand Commander of Armed Forces, so it's General Officer Commanding. General Officer Commanding was what Ironsi was, but Azikiwe now said he was the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, not of the Army, of the Armed Forces, essentially telling us that we now have a new head of state. The first person to announce that thing in Nigerian politics was not even Ironsi or Orizu. It was Azikiwe in London. Where was he? He was in Surrey, but then the broadcast was in London. If you don't know what people have done, just be watching or just try and study. But let me quickly, this question, the answer don't be long. January, they unalived, all the people they unalived. Everybody was calm. They didn't do anything. Igbo man became head of state. So what you see basically is that everybody who died was, all the major people, apart from Unegbe, all the major people who died were not Igbo. But the people that benefited were Igbo. Right? Victor Banjo, who helped to organize things, was sent to prison. In fact, he was going to be killed on the 17th, on Monday, because Oga became head of state on Sunday. I've never seen that kind of thing before. Became Oga on Sunday. By Monday, they already were going to kill Victor Banjo, but somehow somebody was in the room. All these things, we've done sessions on it before. Somebody was in the room, they now sent him, eventually Shah got in prison. All the advisors to Ironsi, all 100% Igbo. That you're going to have Kinikon president in this Nigeria, it will take God. And even that God self, you must have changed your mind before you make it happen, because the way you are never is not going to happen. The ones who were doing, we're going to change Nigeria, we were doing revolutionary coup. Those ones did what they. What kind of human being is this? How about Ironsi's ADC? We're talking about advisors, you're talking about ADC. ADC is just like your PA. Are you okay? Jesus is Lord. ADC. I'll come back to that later, because what you just said right now is distracting me. What was it? Where was I? Yeah. Those ones want to do revolutionary. Those ones that wanted to do revolutionary kini. So you had Adewale Ademoyega. By the way, let me quickly run down that thing again. When it comes to the people that planned the coup, originally it was an Igbo coup. It eventually turned out to be an Igbo coup as well. Nzogu was not the original planner of the coup. Nzogu was just the most popular of the planners, and the reason was because he was the one who spoke to the press, and he was the one who broadcast his message on Radio Kaduna. That's why everybody talks about Nzogu. And it was only one who actually gave us the reason for the coup. That's why everybody talks about him today, not because he planned. He was part of the planners, but he was not the original planner. And I've said it several times. There are 3 original planners. There's Hifajina, Okafor, Oji. Those ones brought in Chukwuka. They brought in Anuforo brought in Zogo brought in Aduala Demega. Those last 2, those were the ones who were revolutionary. Who killed Sadia now? Zogo. They were revolutionary. They would do anything to change Nigeria, not knowing that the people they were doing those things for, they were doing it to push up Igbo people. Listen, it was an Igbo coup. Anybody who tells you that there was a revolutionary coup, tell them that the people who did that revolutionary coup, what happened to them? And there's nothing. There's every single thing they did. You don't see knew about it before it happened, though, not after. That's why I tell people, Iransi did not stop any coup. Iransi was part of the planning and took advantage of it. And I can tell you the books to read. But we're answering a question. When you're done understanding what happened in January, and then how the people were treated between January and May, and what the Igbo people in Kaduna and in Kano and in northern cities did to the inhabitants of the hosts, their host, and what now happened on May 24, 1966, with the promulgation of Decree 34, and the centralization and unification of the civil service, where there will be no state civil service, everything is under federal government, which means that Iransi would easily revert all the gains that the Sardauna had made between 1962 up until that moment. The interview that you see on BBC, on YouTube, everybody say, oh, Sardauna is a tribalist. That one was 1964. That was 1964. Where they were trying to northernize, they called it the northernization policy. You don't see just remove everything and say all of us are now one nation. Therefore, you can bring Igbos and make them the Oga anywhere in Nigeria, which was exactly what Ojukwu eventually did in the Midwest in 1967. Just follow me. That happened in January, right? And May was when Iransi did what he did, and then they went after him. They went after the people and started fighting each other. Then everything calmed down, quieted down. Then the rumors, they're going to finish what they started in January. All the northern officers started planning. Eventually, it came to a head, July 29, 1967, 1966, the Northerners attacked the Igbos. It was in Abeokuta. Then they did what they did to Iransi in Ibadan, and then you saw what happened in Kaduna. And people started running home. Not all, some people, saw what happened, ran home, told the news to their brothers in the East. The Easterners then began to kill Hausas. They don't tell you this in history, it happened. Over 630 Hausas were killed in Enugu. More than 630. More than 30 were killed in Onitsha. Killed in Owerri, Umuahia, Port Harcourt, Oboloafo, all over the place, in trains. They unalive people in trains and threw them inside the river. Nobody mentions this thing. That event, listen, that event, that terrible event, which happened because something happened, that event was what the news carried and they heard in Kaduna that made them begin to actually unalive Igbos. If you don't understand the way it happened, you just go straight to they killed you. They are bad people, they are terrible people. They are terrible people. They don't they did this to you. They don't tell you what happened to the Northerners in the East. History has forgotten that some of them lived there for more than 30 years before that moment and they were still unalived. That even boys were unalived. That men on the trains were unalived. That people were sold into slavery in 1966. That of the 2,000 people on the train moving from the east to the north in 1966, all the adult males were unalive, were killed and thrown in the Imo River. Nobody mentions these things. Why did Fajri sacrifice his life for Iransi? Well, Reports have said that he said it was his guest, therefore he didn't want to leave him or something like that. So that must be the reason. Why am I saying what I'm saying? Does that mean that you should not feel sorry for the people who died? Of course, you feel sorry for them, but you have to go back all the way back to January. Why did you organize the coup in such a way that you had no plans to do anything in your own region, but you unalived every other person? Mbadiwe, who was Minister of Trade, was accused of corruption. One for reason who had corruption issues. Everybody had issues, but no. If they are Igbo, they are saints. If they're from other places, we must stop corruption and nepotism. Which is why I tell you that left to Adewale Ademoyega and Nzogu, they're going to do things in Enugu. On the morning of the coup, the person that was supposed to execute the coup in Enugu did not leave Lagos until it did not get to did not get to Enugu until about 7 a.m. Between 6 and 7 a.m. was when he arrived. You know why they don't do anything they want to do. They say, why didn't you leave early? He said the car developed fault. Anything that had to do with the eastern region in the entire episode of the war, there will always be one coincidence. Why didn't they do anything to Azikiwe? He was outside the country. It was that time that he stayed outside the country to the point where his own doctor was asking, when are we going back? He said he never know. That one can't live on there. So sorry, if you're on TikTok, please power tap. This thing is showing activity. Nobody mentioned ADC. Would you believe that the ADC to Azikiwe had to leave his own Oga abroad, return to Nigeria? Azikiwe knew what was happening now. Oh, why didn't they do anything to Michael Okpara? Oh, there was Archbishop Macarius. He was available at that. He was around at the time. My question is that, was he around forever? Was it not just for a few hours? After he left, what happened to the man? Oh, what happened to see how come when they were killing all the officers, they didn't touch him? At the time, this is true story, by the way. At the time, the people who were supposed to unalive him were going to his house. That was the exact time he was leaving the house. You will believe that until you read the book Nigeria's 5 Majors. You know what you find there? The two people who were supposed to go to the house to go and unalive him in his house, they were 2 of the 3 original planners of the coup. One of them was from his hometown, Umaya, and both of them, the 2 of them, told him what was going to happen before they went to his house. Which was why, as he was leaving the house, when he was going through the roadblocks, nobody stopped him. That's the most important thing I found in Ben Bule's book. Which makes sense when you now read Where We Struck. When they asked Okafor, what happened to your own assignment? He said he doesn't know. They have taken all the men that were supposed to work for him. He didn't do anything. But with the Hausa man, unalive him, what's the big deal? Yoruba man, don't kill them, Jerry. But when it comes to Igbo, there's always an excuse. And you think people don't know these things. So the point is that if you don't know all these things, you just be like, hey, yeah, so what happened in September? They just did all these things to you. Now they did all these things to you. Hey, yeah, sorry. What did they do? They have not told you. That's example 1. Example 2. Example 2 is in the one I gave last week, where you talk about the number of deaths. Oh, so many people died. In September, they just killed 30,000 people. That Nigerians are bad people. They did all these things to Igbo people. Now, you already don't know exactly how that happened. But the flip side is that when it was done, I said this last week, I was saying, this magic staff thing was just something people say. It was just a fancy. The magic staff thing is just like a folk tale. What did the magic staff do? Unless, of course, they are using that one to justify. Maybe that was why he escaped, which is not. Okotebo, yes, Okotebo was not alive. He was from the Midwest. Okotebo was an Ishekiri man from the Midwest, who did not like Osadebe's politics, by the way. Who eventually had to change his mind by not even voting to get out of the Western region. When they said they never mentioned they killed Northerners, well, they did. And it wasn't 1, it wasn't 10, it wasn't 20, not 100, not 500, not 600, not 1,000. And these things are recorded. If you read Nigerian Civil War by John Desenjo, you find it there. If you read Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by by A.H.M. Green, you will find it there. If you read Sunset in Biafra by Lechi Amadi, you will find it there. And if you have that single story, there is no way you are raising sensible human beings. All your children will be dumb because they will constantly look at themselves as victims. And once you have victims for kids, you are raising dumbos. They can be professors, but they will lack critical thinking because they cannot take responsibility for anything. Once something happens, it's like, oh, they did something to me. They did something to me. Did nothing else write books? Of course they do. They do. You can read, let me give you one Northern book. Go on, the autobiography of a soldier statesman by J. Isawa Eligu. That one's a Northern book. And then you can read, since you asked for Northern books, read Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. That's a Northern book. And you'll find some of these things there. You have to piece it together from different books.
Just interrupt you. J. Elisago is dead. Hope you know. The presidency,
I heard about it, but
I sent him condolences like yesterday or the day before.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for. I mean, that man was a blessing. He has some very fantastic books, but the most popular one is The Biography of a Soldier Statesman on Go On. So Northern is also right. And I've given you two now. Let's deal with two first. Oyinbo writes, Northerners right, Igbos Gogon, they're right. Just that for the Igbos, they don't do anything wrong. There's no Igbo book, none that I have read that you're going to find the information. None. What do they do instead? They're going to take a piece of propaganda and overflog it to the point that even Chimamanda repeated it in her interview last week. 30,000 people died. How? You see, when you ask the question about how do you know the number, you'll be seen as a terrible person. Oh, you don't even have compassion. You don't even have compassion. And I get it. If a person dies, it's terrible. But you can't be using numbers to play games. See, everybody's writing was right except Igbo. All Igbo's books are wrong and intellectual. All right, I think I should mute you now. You're not being smart to what you're saying. You know what they call omissions? When you intentionally omit certain details just to be able to drive an agenda. That's what Igbos do in their books. And I'm not saying there's no truth in what they're saying. I literally, if your ears were working, I literally just quoted Bengbule. Bengbule is not a Yoruba man, he's an Igbo man. Nigeria's Five Majors, that's his book. But I said even then, you still see the thing where it will eventually go to, but it's not because we are Igbo. If you know the funny thing, I can tell you this, and I'm not even bragging. Ekensi, I have read more Igbo books on the world than you have ever or you will ever read. Because you don't look like someone that wants to read any book. I just bought one last flight. That book is this big. I've never started reading that book because I've read more Igbo books on the world than you. And I'm saying it without even knowing what you have read because I've heard you speak. And I know you have not read those books. The truth of the matter is this: when you read the books, it's not like everything there is wrong. Of course, there are facts there, but what do you see? You see the one who is trying. All of them are trying to drive an agenda, and the agenda is that don't call it an Igbo coup. That's what all of them are trying to do. All, not all. All. I know the funny thing. You guys who get angry about these things, you have not even read the books they wrote. That's the funny thing. You have not read the books. You just don't like the fact that I'm saying what I'm saying. If Frederick Forsyth, Chino Achebe, Alexander Madebo, even Ilogbolam somehow omit everything you see in Nigeria, Shehu Shagari, Tragedy of Victory by Godwin Alabi Sama, Go On, the autobiography. Those details about what happened to the Northerners, you don't see it in their books. Do you think I would take those books seriously? The agenda is to say that we were the victims of everything that happened in Nigeria. And anybody that sells you that narrative, even in real life, any friend that you have who is always the one that people are doing something against, run away from them. Very soon, you'll be the one they're going to be telling the world that you hurt them. That's why there's certain people in my life. I just From afar, I'll be greeting you and be blessing you. I bless you. If you see anybody who is always a victim, don't be friends with them. They will get you in trouble. Nothing you do in this world, they will not take offense. You can be talking about biscuits. They'll be like, are you saying it because we are starvation? Is it because of the starvation that you are now using biscuits? Oh my one consielese. Lori pe inu didun olore to ni gan se. Oh my so din kan mi mo lowo. Why are you talking like that? Is it because of the invasion of Onitsha? You are talking about crossing river. Maybe you are trying to, let's say for instance, you are trying to get on a boat in going from maybe VI to Ikorodu. Let's say, that's how those soldiers crossed River Niger and came into Onitsha and killed people. Nothing. They will find a way to connect it to their pain, because that's the currency they spend, pain. And I'm going to finish what I was saying before Kenzie wrote what he wrote in commission. Let me say what I was saying. I will finish it. When we talk about people that died, but the people who died, their own people also killed people from the north. That's number one. Number two, the numbers that they give you is a lie. And the reason they gave you that number is because it will arouse something in you, that compassion. Somebody say, divide Nigeria, you not agree us go. If you want Igbo land, you can get your Nigeria today. But no, you are thieves. You want somewhere else. You want places that don't have any connection with your ethnicity. That's your answer, by the way, TPAE or whatever your name is. Not once in your entire existence have you asked for your own land. You always ask for other people's lands. And if you really want that, if you want your land, you have 58 representatives in Abuja, 15 senators, 43 House of Rep members. Let them push the bill. But guess what? You're not getting anything apart from your own region, your own ancestral space. Stop looking for oil in River State. Stop trying to take over Ulukubi people in Delta State. Stay in your space and own it. God bless you. I will finish what I'm saying. When the incident in the north, in the east happened, Northerners complained about it. When the ones, and they published stuff about it. When the one in the north happened, the Easterners also published something about it. There's a document that was published in 1966. See, Max, I think you should talk to your dad first. He was the one that really needs to hear what you have to say. Talk to him. You know, he's the one that gave birth to a retard. I cannot be bearing the pain of, I can't be raising you now. I can't do the work that your father should be doing. Talk to your dad. He will help you. Where was I? Hey, Leko. You are not properly raised. The Eastern region released a document in 66 October. The document is titled Pogrom. P-O-G-O-R-O-M. Which I always tell people, as much as I acknowledge the fact that there were killings and it was terrible, I still don't know if it's a pogrom. I don't know if it was state sanctioned. But that's what the Eastern region called it. They said it was pogrom. And they said the number of people that died were between 7,000 and 8,000 people. Now, that's a lot. That's a lot. Even 2 people is too much. I mean, the number is too much. 1 person is even too much. So 2 people will definitely be too much, right? So you say 7,000 to 8,000 people. So that is enough to even make you bleed in your heart. But that's not enough for somebody who wants to drive an agenda. So October of 66, the number was 7,000 to 8,000. Nobody could tell, but give or take. January. Nobody said the people see they die. Oh, the person don't die finish. Oh, may God rest their soul. They don't die. They don't, do it and they want to bury them, mourn them. It's over. But by January, the number don't go to 10,000. In the mouth of none other than Ojukwu. He said now 10,000 people die. Okay, that will be 7,000 to 8,000 you talk for October. In 3 months, don't become 10,000. When did the 2,000 to 3,000 people die in your dream? But you know the thing, now people, so now human beings, so more just leave them 10,000, okay. By May of that year, the number went to 30,000. That number that he gave in May is the one that all of them still repeat it today. You see it in Frederick Forsyth, you see it in Achebe, you even see it in Chimamanda. She said it last week. Was it last week or the other? The video I played last week. Oh, 30,000, 30,000, 30,000, 30,000. Where? How? You're a bigot. How dare you ask that question? I'm not asking the question because I'm a bigot. I'm asking the question because the number they change every moon day, every market, every new moon, every market day, the number they change. Like, how? By 1969, that number changed to 50,000. The same event of 66. So every other kinikon, every major kinikon, ojukuma to two number from 7 to 8,000 to 10,000, from 10,000 to 30,000, from 10,000 to 50,000. When you hear it as a young person in Nigeria today, hey, you feel bad. Now, should you feel bad? Of course you should feel bad. But do you really know why that thing happened? Oh, sorry. I remember the other example I was going to give. I don't want to give this other one. I just said, because I said last week. The other example I wanted to give is this one. And this will be the last one that we have to move on. If you see the images from the war, the children, swollen bellies, thin legs, thin hands, fluffy hair. You can even see their rib cages. Something in you feels like, this should not have happened. A person puts that picture in your face and tells you, see what your fathers did to my fathers. Before you know it, you're already opening your door in Nigeria, Yoruba politics. Why? Because you're ignorant. And because they also know that you're a good person. See, let me tell you something. In what I've studied though, if you show that picture to Juku, it will not do him anything. Nothing. If you like, show him. It's a mind that is malleable. It's a soft heart that you can guilt trip. Hardened hearts cannot be guilt tripped. So they know that you are good people, great nation. You just be like, yeah, this is bad. And by the way, that feeling is the right feeling. If you see images from the war and you feel bad, that's the right reaction. If you don't feel bad for the people, please check yourself. Maybe you're allowing hate to enter. If you see those children, if you see those women, if you see how they were eating, I have videos I cannot even put out. I mean, people put it as that's how I got it, but I can't even like discuss those videos because it's terrible. But if that's all you're doing, that's the problem. That's the second problem. The first problem is that if you're not feeling bad, that's a problem. But if you are feeling bad, and you stop at feeling bad based on what you have seen, then you also have a problem. The question you ask yourself is this: how come these children are like this, and why did they become like this? I'm going to give you one. There are many answers, though. There's a blockade answer. There's a starvation answer. There's what the federal government did. There's what Papa said, Awolowo, which I will say forever, it was the right thing to do. There's no sane person that will be feeding the soldiers, his enemy soldiers, food to come and fight him. Ojukwu was going to war. He had no plans for the feeding of his own people, let alone the feeding of his own soldiers. And I think I should spend some time on this before we move on. Listen, guys. Everything I say here, if you are, don't worry, I'll even be telling the sources. You will see this in John de Senjo, the Nigerian Civil War. If you go back to the book by Ajayi Crowther, Bishop Samuel Ajayi Crowther, he published that book in 1866. This 66 or 59. He has two books. One is in 59, one is in 66, on the banks of the Niger River. In that book, he explained what food was like in the eastern region in 1857 when he got to Onitsha. Bear in mind that Onitsha happened to be, see, if you ever find that book, no matter how terrible you think Onitsha is, Onitsha was actually the topo. I'm not going to read that stuff now, but Onitsha was good. But in that report, Onitsha was terrible. So if Onitsha was the good, no, that's not the word, it's not good, was the standard, yes. If Onitsha was the standard, And it was the way Sadia described it. How do you think the other places were? How did he describe it? You know, I've talked about it. We'll talk about it another time. It was a very terrible sight. But here's the problem. The eastern region, no, the Igbo land itself has always had a challenge with protein-rich food. Long before Nigeria, long before Igbo, they have always had a problem with protein. They are not known for animal husbandry. And I'm looking for a way to say it so it doesn't appear. I don't want to sound like we're insulting. We're discussing history, but I don't want to make it look as if I'm weaponizing history. So here's the point. You don't know for animal husbandry. Then your land, you have like 3 issues with your land. Number one, it is too small. If you read the Willings Commission report of 1958, do you know what it said about the eastern region? It said that the land could not support them. The soil could not support them. That's what, no be me. I read it last week. The Willings Commission report of 1958 said the soil could not support them. So that means that you already have issues with feeding. Then with the protein stuff, why don't they have the food? A few reasons. 3. Number one, it was too small for them. Number 2, most of it was not arable. Number 3, even the arable, fertile land, no plenty like that. So arable means that you already so how did they take care of the protein problem from before Nigeria's independence? The way they took care of that issue was to import. I was reading the stuff, but there's River Niger that goes through Onitsha. Are you saying that they can't? I mean, there is Imo River. Are you saying that they can't just fish? The people were more than the land could support. Again, this is not a jab. It's just what happened. Listen, that's the most densely populated area in Nigeria. Mr. Gerald, your dad probably will be, maybe you think you're describing your dad. These children, are you okay? You put on face cap looking like... It's okay. All right. That problem has always been, you know what? Let me read something. You know why? Because when I say these things, sincerely, I know it sounds like an... Even me, I'm always trying not to say it because I know what it sounds like, but it's the truth. So I'm going to read it. Hopefully, when you hear it being read, your blood will not boil as much. That's the best I can do for you. I'm doing this because I don't want you to feel bad. I just want to tell you exactly how it happened. Ah, dear. The book is called Nigerian Civil War by John Desenjo. Page 1. The problem is not the page. You know what? If you feel bad, don't worry. You don't feel bad. I've already said it. I have to look for it. Give me a second. I'm going to find it. The problem with that food stuff, the food is, and by the way, this food problem is, well, they got protein in ways we can't even talk about it. Actually, you're very correct. And I've tried not to talk about it. And what you are thinking was a real source of protein in that place. You are thinking it, but just think. Please mute. Thank you, sir. You think but I not go talk because it's not. I don't want to also again see the problem with history of certain areas in Nigeria is that you have to find a way to manage what you are saying. Like there's a thin line between telling the truth, because that's what it is, and And just, well, 1 second. Okay, I found it. Just a second. Everything I'm saying, by the way, is true. I'm not reading it because I'm trying to confirm what I'm saying. I'm reading it because I think it might be easier to take, because I'm also putting myself in your shoes. I think it might be easier to take, when it's read, than if I am just saying it. All right. I found it. The Nigerian Civil War by John Desenjo. Starvation, malnutrition, and infant mortality have always had high incidence throughout Nigeria, the last rising to a phenomenal 50% in some places. But even before the war began, the situation was deteriorating in the Igbo areas of the east. By far the most densely populated part of the country, only Rwanda, Burundi, and the Nile Valley match it in Africa. It relied traditionally and heavily on imported food, especially high-protein foods. These imports were paid for by the export of palm oil. I'll take that again. These imports were paid for by the export of palm oil and kernels, and by the remittances sent home from Igbos working outside the East. I'm going to quickly explain something there. I mentioned earlier that the stuff they were, you just said it, I read it. The man is not Yoruba. His name is John Desenjo. They always had to import stuff. Listen, even in 1857, it was the Ajayi Crowther that had to introduce corn, agbado. Listen, corn is not native to Nigeria. Okay? No, I think I should read that Ajayi Crowther thing as well, because I'm quoting it a lot and it's not fair. It's not fair that I'm not reading that one too. I didn't want to say everything, which is fair, but I think I should. Let me just read, because I'm saying Ajayi Crowther. It would just be that I said a lie. Mambo. Look away, yo. The problem is, okay. 1 second. I'm going to compare those two books and then you can make up your mind. Mumbo, I want to give you the title. I know it's on the Bank of the Niger, but I want to make sure it's actually the correct, I'm saying it correctly. Okay, let me find it here. Charge delivered on the banks of the Niger by Samuel Ajayi Crowther. That's the title of the book. Charge delivered on the banks of the Niger. I'll go back to the book on the Civil War in a bit. Just please stay with me. This book was published in 1866. Okay? I'll read something to you about. By the way, agbado, corn is not native to Nigeria. Is the Americans that own it. The Native Americans. They're called Indians. Now them get them, right? But it was introduced at different points. With the East, it was introduced by the missionaries that went with Ajayi Crowther. There's a lot to unpack in this book. Is just 52 pages, but it has so much to learn. Oh, sorry. We have so much to learn from it, I meant. 1 second. Going to page. I must find this thing now. 1 second. I will find it. I will find it. I found the book. I'm just looking for the page. God is good. When we arrived at Onitsha in 1857, We found the people in a state of idleness and with its attendant evils. They were scantily and filthily clothed, and in a state bordering upon starvation, especially between the cessation of the old and the ripeness of the new crops. The old crops were barely sufficient to supply their scanty wants for 9 months of the year. They did not grow more, although the exuberant fertile soil was ready to yield them 100-fold increase in return. The remaining 3 months was a time of dearth and scarcity, when they had to live upon fruits and other edible plants, the spontaneous produce of the fields, as might be found in the bushes anywhere. But since the introduction of the cassava plant into the country by Mr. Taylor and other fruit trees, and the people have been taught to raise a second crop of Indian corn by Mr. John Smart, a scripture reader, and how to grow their yams better by the united example of all the mission agents, they have had enough to eat and to spare. The introduction of the cassava plants into the country is universally acknowledged as one of the greatest temporal blessings brought to them by their zealous minister. The trading establishment has contributed greatly to stimulate them to labor in collecting palm oil for sale, for which they are paid in Manchester goods. And now they are getting into the habit of going about more cleanly and decently apparelled. Here's the, I know my answers are usually long. Mambo. Oh yeah. Here's the point. The point is that the idea of full sufficiency has always been a problem, even back in the 19th century. And by the way, like I said, Onitsha was the standard. The one I read now, Onitsha was the only one who had something like a kingo. Somebody said, what comes to mind? Yam Festival. Yes, New Yam Festival. Huh? That's why I was laughing when somebody came and said, you Yoruba people, we saw the Oni, it was doing Yam Festival. When you just started, you are copying us. I was like... It's important to say these things, okay? But I think we play too much in Nigeria. Everybody now thinks they are something. I mean, everybody's something in Jesus' name, but nobody say... You get the point. There's always been an issue of food. And then when you look at the Nigerian Civil War, the book, what it mentions here is that they had to get they got money from two sources. Number one was through the sale of palm oil and palm kernel. Someone say Obi of Onitsha is their only quasi royal. No, Obi of Onitsha was a royal. It was connected to Benin and all of that. And that's Onitsha. So if that's happening on Onitsha, what do you think will be happening in the hinterlands? By the way, there are books on what happened in the hinterland. 2 books I can quickly recommend. Notes of the Igbo Country by G.T. Basten, and then Among the Igbos of Southern Nigeria by the same author. But I'm not reading it, not today. I hope I will not have to read it, you know. I mean, here, or read any of them here. Where was I? They had 2 ways of raising funds to be able to buy those things that they were importing. Number one was that they were going to import, they used the money they got from the sale of palm oil and palm kernel, which some of them there sold. People in Igbo land sold, but majority of the money for that was actually from outside Igbo land, but was in the eastern region, but not Igbo land. The other part was the fact that they had to repatriate money. What do you call this money? Remittances that we do these days. Remittances. They were doing it back then. The remittances actually helped to fund the importation of high protein food into the eastern region before the war. Now, when the man then said every Igbo person should return, he did not say it because, oh, Igbos were... No, he said Igbos should return. He didn't have plans for how they were going to work, and they were questioning him about it. He didn't answer them. They had questions about it. No, Ishakola is not remittances, though. Ishakola is tributes that the people of the land will pay, like taxes. Remittances is I want to wa lajo, I want to wa ari, sorry, I want to wa ni yodi, Otomba Financial Sile, that's remittances. Ìṣàkọọ́lẹ̀ is what àwọn tó wà nílùú yẹn gbọ́dọ̀ san fọ́ba, ìyẹn tribute. But it could also be from àwọn ìlú àbí àwọn ìlú ìgbèríko àbí àwọn ìlú tó yí ìlú yẹn ká, wọ́n máa send ẹ̀, wọ́n máa fi ìṣàkọọ́lẹ̀ ránṣẹ́ bí through àwọn kí wọ́n pè wọ́n sí. You said today's subject, don't worry, there's a reason I'm doing this. What time is it? 5:24. I'm looking at the time. When you put all of these things together, it's discover that a lot of the things that they needed would come from abroad. When you then said that everybody should return to the East, there was no money for that. That's one. Number two, you had the issue of food being used to feed the soldiers instead of getting to the people. And then number three, I won't go very quickly. Number three, you have the issue of Ojukwu himself refusing to allow his people to get access to food. You find it in the letter by Robert Goldstein. It was written August 1968. That letter is in the book by Alabi Sama, but you can find it online. I think you can find it online. When you understand what really happened, then it becomes very clear that, listen, this person who is telling you they hate me, they did not feed me, people died. Whilst I acknowledge the terrible thing that happened to those people and I sympathize with them, you cannot blackmail me with that, because not once do you ever mention Ojukwu in everything that led to the death of those people. Not once do you mention the soldiers that were, taking the food that was meant for the people. All you are saying is that Awo did this, Nigeria did this, federal government did this. Therefore, you have to be able to stand away and not allow people to gaslight you with those things. And so for Yoruba people who are you're a human being, I mean, that's how you should be. You unitara, you have that passion, you have that. If you have compassion, as it were, for people, you should have compassion, but you should not be naive. People use your naivety against you, and they're going to weaponize your empathy. Once you understand that, back to the question, I'm trying to round up. Nobody will be able to weaponize anything. If you talk to me now, for instance, you're from the East, and tell me the pain of the Igbos, of course, I acknowledge the terrible things that happened. And if we go into the details, there are many terrible things that happened to those people because of Nigeria. Right? But, in truth, if you really want to discuss those things, you cannot separate the Igbo from the things happening in Igbo land. And once you do that, everything changes. You're able to acknowledge the evil, but you can't blackmail me with, oh, it's your fault. Like, it's not my fault. You have parents. Right? So that's about it. That was I didn't even know it was past 5 already. But thank you, Alara, for calling my attention to that. Ekenzi and Afolabi Richard, if you consider the aggressive and disrespectful ways they've been conducting themselves, no pity. You know why I tell people not to go that way? Because you're going to allow people to change you and make you who they are. And that's why I say, still empathize. You know why? Because that's what makes you human. It's not about what they do. It's not about what they are doing or the narratives. If, for instance, you hear that, in the Eastern region, of course I will feel bad about it. Why? They are human beings. The point is just that you cannot use that thing to blackmail me. That's my own. You know why? Once you get into that space, I would now tell you why what is happening. For instance, Adichie was saying last week, maybe we can, I don't even know why it happened. Maybe it was political. When these people were talking about arms and ammunition, arming people and defending their own land, we must defend our land, we must defend our land. Did you guys ever have any issues with that? You didn't have any issues with that. So, if what is happening now is happening, you can't act like, oh, we don't even know what happened. We don't even know how we got to be like this. We are not like this. I'm like, are you sure? Bro, the empathy is what got us here. They are here in Lagos and spread across Southwest and still cursing. Empathy does not mean I won't deal with you if you go beyond your boundaries. Maybe I should explain. Empathy for you, for your sufferings, does not mean that if you go beyond your boundaries in my space, I will not deal with you. Those are two different things. You can have empathy for a person and still slap them. Into sense. You can slap sense into them. Like Otin Koja, you cannot say because something happened to you, you can now come here and do anyhow. So there are two different things. You know what? At this point, let's move on. But what I mean by empathy is that, it's like what happened with Boko Haram. You know, when we hear the stuff about Boko Haram these days, for us, it's just like another day. Like, it's just news. But real people die. Real people, it affects real people. So you feel for those people like, can you let out? But that does not mean that, imagine somebody comes now from Borno and says to you, look at what's happening. Tinubu is the president. Tinubu caused this Boko Haram issue. Like, wait, of course, no. You can't say because I have empathy towards you now, I should now say it's Tinubu's fault. It's Tinubu's responsibility to fix it. But it's not Tinubu's fault that it is happening. So if you're talking about responsibility, talk about it. But when you start, see what your people did to my people. You guys are bad people. Nigeria has destroyed us. Yoruba people, see what you did. I'm like, wait, no. At that point, what you are doing is not. You don't need my empathy. At that point, you need the other side. All right. What I hate most about it was that they are always sent. Empathy and compassion with sense be measured with reasoning. True. Igbos are still selling fake products. Their misbehavior is a result of being their misbehavior is a result of being overly pampered by Nigerian government. That's true, actually. There's no ethnic group in Nigeria that's been pampered more than the Igbos. None. And it started in the 40s. There's none. It's like when you have a brat for a child. We have to also take responsibility for that, because that child did not make himself a brat. What I recommend is tough love. There is love there. So you're not doing anything because you are hating anybody. This is not hate. This is not, I don't hate you, but there's tough love. The kind of love that will make you talk to your brother and you will reach his soul and it will break down in tears and fix up. That kind of love. People think love is, your brother will do something terrible. You'll not be like, he's my brother. Yeah, we are all together. Which is what Peter Obi was doing in that statement, in that speech he gave earlier. And he's somebody's brother. And so, no, that's not love. That is destruction. You are destroying your own home by yourself. Love can be tough. It's not pampering. It's not pandering. It can be tough. Like, don't do it like this. Do it this way. But what I don't advocate, I don't do myself, is hate. Like, I don't like this, but I just hate them. I hate them. They've done this. I hate them. You know why? Your heart. Guard your heart. Once you allow that thing to start, you will never be able to, it will be very difficult to stop. Anyone, you just see their name, you just hear somebody's name is Emeka, you just be like, Ole. Meanwhile, you might actually be a good person. You will find the balance. You will find the balance. You will find the balance. Just be firm, be fair, but be firm. But don't hate and go to the extreme. That other extreme is dark. All right. My people on the platform are all on different calls. Okay, Kenzie is not on the call, so let's take Kenzie. Oh boy.
I take no sign. I know they're on call.
I can tell. I'm listening to you. It's your turn now.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
So, yeah, I don't have much to speak actually. It was just also reverting to the comment that I made back, which you kicked against before muting. You know, I don't generally.
Are you still muted?
I'm speaking. I'm not muted.
Okay. No, from typing I meant.
Yeah, I think I am.
Okay.
So
I'll
I just found it a bit striking that generally your perception, you see, about the overview of the narrative from the eastern side, how it is entirely declined from your side. You entirely don't want to hear anything as long as it doesn't suit or sit well with what you perceive is the truth. The point is the facts. I'm not saying that what you're saying is wrong. As a matter of fact, I agree with a good number of things you have pointed out. I've always had a similar view, even though I'm not going to make it very plain. But I somehow agree with a good number of points you made. Regardless, it is very, very obvious that you somewhat have, let me not put it in let me not use that language. Yes. Let me just make it very, very plain.
But you know why?
Why?
Why is because, so when I read books, I usually read with an open mind.
Are you sure?
Shebi, you're not the one that reads for me. I'm telling you now. You're so done. I read with an open mind until I discover that the writer is taking me for granted. And so if you start your story from here and you are in A, and then suddenly you are in E, suddenly you are in G, and you are jumping and omitting what happened that led you to stuff. It's like people that give testimonies sometimes. They'll say things like, I was just at home and somebody called me and they just gave me $1 million or something. Can it happen? Of course. But they omit the fact that that person, they went to school together. The details that can help you understand what they are saying, they intentionally omit it in order to
make it more
cause sensation, to make it more fantastic. So I'm not saying they are lying. I'm not saying they are always lying. They lie sometimes. It's true. They lie sometimes. But generally speaking, there are gaps. And it's intentional. You know why? Because if I notice the gap in this one, let me give you an example. The interview I listened to yesterday, the guy said, the man is an elderly person. He said, Victor Banjo should have gone to Lagos. If he had gone to Lagos, he would have done it. It was his fault, and he was saying that thing. That's exactly what I saw in Madiebo's book. It was after I read when I read A Break in the Silence, that I discovered the letter. The book, by the way, was published by his own sister. I discovered the letter that Ojukwu had sent to Victor Banjo while he was in Benin. That gap, without that information, I would also blame Victor Banjo. And the person who intentionally omits that information wants me to blame Victor Banjo, which means that they are engineering me with the book that I use my money to buy. Therefore, I start feeling like, why are you now making me feel like a fool? Let me give another example. Read Achebe's book, There Was a Country. He said all kinds of things about Papa. Chief Awolowo. He said all kinds of things. And he said, he was quoted to have said, by the way, he's always saying somebody was quoted to have said. He would never say the person said something because he doesn't want to be like as if he was bad, but we know what he's doing. He said he was quoted to have said that starvation is a weapon of war. I cannot feed my enemies fatter so they can fight me harder. And then he said it was a terrible thing for him to say. And I say it wasn't terrible. The circumstances surrounding that statement, Achebe never mentioned it. Guess what? Awo mentioned it in 1983. I think I shared the stuff here the other day. Awo mentioned in 1983 what happened when he went to Port Harcourt and what he saw with the kids starving. The truth of the matter is that the children were starving while the federal government was sending food to them. And then he said, if they are starving like this, having kwashoko, yet you are sending food, but the food is being diverted by soldiers. That's why I played the video here the other day. Look at the video when they all came to Lagos to surrender to Gowon. None of them had any problem with. Look at the way they look now. All the officers were well fed. So you know, say if you are diverting food, maybe we should not even be sending the food at all. They'll be like, oh, he hates Igbos. Were the Igbos the ones fight? Were the civilians fighting? It wasn't about the civilians. The civilians were not even eating the food when the food was being sent to them. That's one. Number two, none of them, maybe I've not, because I got to a point, I just got tired of the book. Achebe's book, Frederick Forsyth's book, they would not mention Robert Goldstein. And Goldstein said, Goldstein was begging Ojukwu to allow food into the eastern region. Have you ever heard of that kind of thing? He said that the food, medicine, and milk were ready to be brought in, but Ojukwu said no land corridors. Why? Because that was the way it was able to, what's this English word? Smuggle weapons into Biafra. And they said no land corridor, they should bring it through the air, because through the air you could just easily just bring whatever you want to bring in. My question is this: why did those people not mention Goldstein? Why did they not mention what Awolowo said in response to what they were saying? The answer is simple. Achebe worked in Radio Biafra. He worked with a man called Okonkon Ndem, who spread the propaganda that Awolowo was poisoning the food that they were sending to them. Meanwhile, he was eating that food. So as you read, you know, be like, how I go buy money? I will still buy the book, by the way. Like, I still buy Igbo books. I don't mind. But I don't, and I have a number of them. Even some of them I just bought, I've not even read. So I don't have any problem reading. It's just that there is a feeling you have when you expect so much from an author like Chinua Achebe, for instance, and then you just see the omissions. When you now read different books, I'm not even saying, if you notice, I rarely mention Yoruba books in this matter, and it's intentional. I don't want it to look like, oh, you believe your own people, that's not the point. When you read from other sources, everything changes. I'll give another example. When Achebe talked about the Italian workers that were detained by Ojukwu, there's a way he said it. He almost, as a matter of fact, he excused Ojukwu. But you know that was the singular incident that caused many people in Europe to turn their backs on Biafra. But he would say it like, we had to do it because they were constituting Kinikon, they were supporting the enemy. And then people were begging, international crisis, so the world was begging for those Italian oil workers to be released. Ojukwu said no. It took a long time before he eventually acquiesced. But he just said it in passing. There's a reason for that. But you see, the point is, yeah, you can go on. But I'll just say one more thing. The point is that most writers have biases. When I write, if I'm writing, let's say for instance, if I'm writing Christian literature, I write based on the things I've been, how do I put it now? The things I believe, right? It's in the Bible, right? But it's also, there's also doctrinal nuances that you're only going to notice if you understand the difference between denominations and how people understand, Christianity. So if as an Igbo person you are writing a book, I understand that you are Igbo. I get it. So naturally, there are some things you're going to withhold or not say truly. But you see, the point is that you cannot write like that and be doing two things. Number one, claiming that you're objective. Number two, claiming that you are the victim. If you are going to omit stuff, omit it. But don't put in that thing that you are hated, you are victims, or you are better than everybody, which is what Ajebe was saying. In one burst of energy, we overtook Yoruba people. I'm like, when, where, how? So in one sentence, you are the victim. Another sentence, you are the victor. You are better than everybody. You are everything. But the things that made you the victim, you will not mention. I think it's playing on my intelligence. That's why, and a lot of people from the East do that. Maybe because, again, they're products of propaganda for the most part, and it's the truth. And this is me trying to be fair. You see it even in Chimamanda. Yes, it's in Chimamanda. It's the same thing. Ekezie, I'm sorry I spoke for long. Please continue.
It's all right. So I love your last, the last point you made concerning the fact that everybody, most times, are biased. And that also lead me to the direct question. Now, do you also have the same equivalent into Zionism in dissecting what is the truth and what is not, and what is the fact and what is not, when it's the contrary or opposite narrative? I'm talking about, let's say, from the other side. The Igbos are bringing up, or like you said, have a particular pattern of writing, and most times when you read it from the point of, let me see if, or trying to be very, very objective to try to sieve out what is the truth, what is factual, what is not really objective, what is rational, blah, blah, blah. So do you have the same enthusiasm on the other side? Like when you hear or when you see a neutral writer or Yoruba writer or Northern writer, do you also want to actually, or do you want to grab everything and then as long as...
No, I don't. So let me give you an example. there's a book by Niya Borishade where it was talking about book is called.
The books, or these opposite books, also have by.
These are not opposite books. Yes, this is an opposite book. I want to give an example. It's on Victor Banjo, and he was saying things about what he would have expected the Igbos to do. And I was like, why would you expect them to do that? He was writing from a Yoruba perspective, and I still felt like, to be honest, the book was solid. It is a solid book, very solid. But of course, there are points where it would be like, thinking like, oh, they're supposed to be able to do this for him. And I'm like, no. You are the one who knew what made you leave. I mean, your people were asking you to come into Yoruba land. You did not listen. You now went to join Biafra. Whatever you see there, now you cannot be saying that you expect them to do certain things for you. For instance, let me give a very good example. When he was training the militia, he wanted to switch over to take on the brigade, right? 101st Brigade, that eventually he was calling the Liberation Army of Nigeria. And he said, the people like Madiebo, people like even Philip Effiong had issues with that because Madiebo primarily, to be honest, Philip Effiong is another thing. Madiebo because it was not Yoruba, it was not Igbo. And I was like, and then he said jealousy. So I was like, it can't just be that jealousy, no. You can't just say it's jealousy. Until I read Madiebo's book, my brother, I saw the jealousy there. I don't like, so if you say if somebody does something because of jealousy, I don't like just say, they are jealous of us. For me, I think it reduces the conversation. Until I now read Madiebo's book, Nigeria's Revolution, I'm like, nah. And then I now read about Madiebo in Adewale Ademoye, that's why we struck. Put everything together like, okay, this person talking jealousy is making sense. So I won't say he's jealous because one person said it. I want to be able to corroborate it. It's not anti-Igbo intellectualism that I do. I hope you don't. That's not the point. I'm not. It's not anti-Igbo. It's not like if I see any book from the East, I'm like, if I do that, how come I have my library full of them? I buy because I want to know their thoughts. But once you start and you start saying we're the victim of everybody, and I notice that everybody is saying they're the victim. No. But and by the way, I do that for every book, whether it's Oyinbo or it's academic rigor. You question everything, right? And then as you question it, you also see. Let me give an example. No, that's enough examples. Time to law. You see the pattern. Thank you, method man. You see the pattern, and you're like, okay, so this is how these folks are. And again, listen to Peter Obi. Read Mogalu, Kingsley Mogalu. Look at Chimamanda. Read Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. She wrote a book with another author. The book is called Chinua Achebe, Teacher of Light. I have the book. Read the book. Read what she was saying about what Awolowo did. She was not there. She had no information, and everything she was writing was lie. But do I blame?
She was not there.
How will she be there?
In what perspective do you mean she was not there?
Listen, she was not a player in the war. Even if you were in that war, as long as you're not a player, I take your. Even listen, as you study, even you can even question some players. I hope you know. You can question. Let me give an example. I was not there when they had the first coup. Adewale Ademoye was there. He wrote a book, Why We Struck. I read the book the first time. That's his opinion. That was how he saw it. I read other books. I began to question Adewale Ademoye. Is Yoruba? If you read the book, he said that they started planning these things in 1965. But if you really think about it, he would say that the genesis of everything was in 1961 when he met Ifajuna and Zogu. That's what he believed. You read special branch reports and discover that it was the last person that was brought in. The information from that book, from Nigerian Civil War, from Crisis and Conflict, would make me question Adewale Ademoye, although he was a player and I was not born. Why? Because sometimes everybody has blind sides. Nzogu had blind sight, for instance. Nzogu was just laser focused on we want to change Nigeria, even killing people that wasn't supposed to kill. What he did not know was that regardless of his focus, people had other plans, which is what you will find in Why We Struck Ademoyega when he talked about how Matt Diebo was able to get him to surrender and how Ojukwu was playing him. He said Ojukwu did not commit. Sorry, Ojukwu was committing. Ojukwu committed to what they were doing, and then as soon as the Yawa gas, Ojukwu switched to the other side. But he did not know that before that thing happened. So I will read Adewale Ademoyega's book and I question it. See, if I show you some of my books, even the book by Aboishade, I will cancel like this with my pen. I'll cancel some lines, write what it is, what happened, then I now quote maybe 2 or 3 sources. And I'm doing that because the next time I read that book, I want to have something to guide me to the real thing. You know why? That book is perfect, but that particular bit is not right. Last example, this book I was reading over the weekend is by Olufemi Ogunsanwo, Awo, Unfinished Greatness. He said something in that book. He said that Awo covered Azikiwe as a journalist in the early 1940s. That's not true. The book is a fantastic book. It's written by a Yoruba man. That information is not correct. How do I know? Because Awo covered Zik before NYM was formed. He says Awo covered Zik in early 1940s, but NYM was formed in 1937. But Awo covered Zik before that event. So that means that something was wrong. So you go back to Awo's own book. And Awo said in his book it was 1934. So it's not your ethnicity that makes me say you are telling the truth. You can be Yoruba and be talking nonsense. You can be Yoruba and be... It's not about ethnicity. But the question is that I don't think people understand the fact that this thing is what folks do for every single source. Even if you find and it supports what you are saying. Do you know there are some things I've found in certain books that support what I'm saying, but I don't say it out because I've not found another thing to corroborate it. It's not about like disdain for Igbo material. It's just that there is a pattern in Igbo books. The pattern is victimhood. And the reason is simple: propaganda. Thank you very much. Now let us move on. 5:51. Anything we do today, we shall do it like that. A lot of people take him seriously. Those of you that don't are just butthurt. He obviously is gifted, but he's pathetically bent on Igbos. So, Charlie, how do you discuss the Nigerian civil war without mentioning Igbos? Please tell me. Oh, you wise one. How do you discuss the Nigerian civil war without mentioning Igbo people? And I'll say this, even you, the way you write, you are a victim of propaganda. Let me say it this way. All of us are victims of propaganda. All of us. All of us.
Including you?
I was. Not anymore, but I was. No, seriously, I was. See, let me tell you something. As soon as, when you start studying these things, even you'll be ashamed. You just be like, how come I didn't know this thing? And I've said this several times. This information is not something to make me feel like I'm better than anybody. As a matter of fact, it humbles you. Because you discover what you did not know, and then you're like, if I didn't know this thing up until this moment, how many other things don't I know? And then you keep searching. But you see, one of the things I've noticed also is that if you find the right path, once you find the truth, you will find more truth in that direction, which is the beauty of the kind of, that makes me happy. But generally in Nigeria, we're all victims of propaganda, especially as it relates to the war. And the propaganda is not coming from the Nigerian side, it's coming from the Igbo side. Unless we are deceiving ourselves.
I want to ask one more question. Mm-hmm. So, in this entire whole discourse on what you've understood and comprehended over time, that you've gathered these informations concerning the Easterns and their narrative of what happened during the war, and their play in Nigerian political, atmosphere, everything about Igbos in Nigeria, or particularly, let's focus particularly about the war, because that's what we're discussing, and then interpreting their narrative. In what aspect would you say, okay, this, because this is the point I'm trying to prove, or rather disprove. You see?
In what aspect are they right?
Exactly. So, do you have any particular thing you can say, okay, this thing where these people talk now, I agree.
The only aspect where they are right is that the war happened.
So that's the only thing that they are right about.
But let me say something. I mean, on a serious note.
Thing is not right.
See, on a serious note.
Okay.
It is not that they want to be wrong. It's that they were sold a certain narrative. It's not that the Igbo person just wakes up and wants to just lie. Generally speaking, it was raised on a certain narrative. And you see, if, for instance, why do people get angry when I say these things? It's not because they can refute what I'm saying, which is the sad part. I wish they could controvert it, then I could learn. They can't refute the claims. So what they do is they get angry, they insult, they curse, they do all those things because of one thing. And now, this is the truth. This is the God-honest truth. The identity of an average Igbo person is built on victimhood. If you remove that thing, no, I'm sorry, I'm not saying all. Listen, I'm not saying all Igbo. I said the average one is built on it. If you remove that victimhood, is lost. Somebody came here the other day and said to me, the things you are saying is against what we have always believed. That's the only thing he said. He's not saying the things you are saying are lies. He's saying that you are. For instance, he said I was very hurt the way you talked about what Achebe said. Like, it's not even me. Just, of course, it's a lot of work, but I'm not making anything up. So it's not like you can say I'm lying. It's just that this is your faith. It's like a religion. And to touch that thing, do you know how long victimhood has? Let me tell you something. If there's most of what the East has gotten, they've gotten because they played that card. Not because there's no other card to play, but that's the one they chose to play. And they've been playing it before the war. They've been playing it since the 1940s. So it has become a kini. So when I say kini, let me finish. It has become a culture. So if I say something like, for instance, when I said, what happened to the Northerners in the Eastern region? My God, my comment section was full of insults. Guess what people were saying? It did not happen. No Northerners were killed. Northerners were not killed in the East. You Igbo cannot do that. Suddenly, they are saying they couldn't have hurt those people. They didn't hurt anybody. Why? Because they were never told by Radio Biafra. Why? Because if Radio Biafra tells them that they hurt people in the past, then Radio Biafra has put them on the same stage or the same pedestal as the other Nigerians they are insulting.
But I'm sort of aware that they were indeed reprisal attacks in for instance Owerri, where bodies of Northerners and people in an Alhaji outfit were later on the streets. Then also I know about an account of Ojukwu returning some Northerners safely to the north. Is that true or false?
That's false.
Oh, okay, that's false. But have you read that account?
The account I read in Crisis and Conflict talked about how the folks that were going on train, they were in the train, but the driver was an expatriate, the engineer was an expatriate. It wasn't even Igbo. Now Igbo carry the train. Now Igbo they drive the train, sir. Biafran soldiers stopped. Igbo soldiers, there was no Biafra at this time. This was September 1966. Biafra was not declared until May 67. Igbo soldiers stopped the train. Got in the train. The train had 2,000 people. And then all the adult males in that train, you find it in Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria, you find it in the Nigerian Civil War, brought out all those male adults, killed them and threw them into the Imo River. Let me tell you something. That doesn't make the Igbo person a demon. You know why? Because what happened in the north did not make the outside a demon. It was a reaction. It was a terrible thing. it should not have happened. But once you say, I cannot do that kind of thing, I did not even touch anybody, you see what he did to me, you know what you are doing. You are saying you are incapable of being human. In other words, you couldn't hurt a fly. Meanwhile, in your history, as far as that situation is concerned, the families who were hurt, and this happened in Midwest. Let me talk about I'm not talking about Midwest. Bring up Midwest and talk about how there were concentration camps. Think about it. Concentration camps where you put people, just like in Germany, in Benin. The Biafran soldiers, Biafran forces created concentration camps in Benin. They did this in Awada. They did this in Degema. They did it in Abonima. In Rivers as well. Once you mention, people like, we never did that. But I'm saying, listen, there are several reports of people who went through those camps. Are you saying they are all lying, but you are not lying when you tell me about? So I want to believe you suffered. But you're telling me that you were just handicapped. You did nothing to anybody. It makes me, you are making me feel like a fool. And I'll now turn it around and say, you are the fool. I'm just going to turn the mirror and say, oh God, look at yourself, you are the fool. Because you are painting yourself as a saint because you want to be on a higher pedestal than these people. So you want to be able to look down on them and say, see these bad people. But you are human. Even, and I've said it several times, in my own history, there are episodes in Yoruba history that if I say it, and I've said some before, that Yoruba people were angry with me. Oh, it did not happen. It did not happen. I'm like, you have not studied this thing. Once you understand the fact that certain things happened and you understand the circumstances surrounding the events, it changes your perspective about history. Like, you know that you're not a perfect people. What makes you so what you are going for is not perfection, is development. If you're a developed culture, you will own up to your mistakes. If you're underdeveloped as a people, you will blame everybody else for it. It's not about perfection, it's about the ability to take responsibility. I messed up here, I should have done. When I even, listen, how is my, I was talking to my children over the weekend. I'm talking about, I don't know what we're talking about, and I got into talking, I just started to ask them, guys, what do you think I look up to as far as, I've never told them this, so I asked them, what do you think I look up to as far as politics is concerned? Like, who do you think is like my hero, mentor, everything, or role model? They said Awolowo. I've never told them. They said Awo. Listen, that Awo that they told me without me telling them, I was told the Awo and I was like, okay, Baba should have done it better here. Should have done it better here. Okay, this is how I can do it in my own time. Even he recognizes some of the mistakes that he made, and then he will fix it in the next book. That's how people grow. Any group who tells you we are perfect, we've never done anything wrong, it's all the fault of the other person, that's the group that will never develop, no matter. I'm not talking about having money or building roads. Sorry. Oh. A clown comes in typing in capital caps, and you don't think that that's weird. Even you deserve to be muted. Do you get the point? So the thing is, once you say it's everybody else's fault, I know I'm talking to somebody from a very underdeveloped culture. But if you say, by the way, I'm not saying you should tell me it's your fault, even though it's not your fault, so that you can feel developed. That's not the point. If it's not your fault, it's not your fault. If they hurt you and you did nothing wrong, you did nothing wrong. You cannot abrogate, you cannot start making yourself a bad person to be able to. No, that's not the point. The point is just that when everybody in the world saw what, let me give an example. Maji Param was one of the most active supporters of Biafra. All the things that Ojukwu wanted to happen in Europe and in America happened to Maji Param. And what did he do? He put out pictures. She saw the suffering kids. She saw the starving children. She saw all of those things, and she felt bad. And like I said, if you're a normal human being, you will feel bad. Then she traveled to Nigeria, and then she saw what really happened. First-hand experience. Then she changed her mind. This is a dame from Oxford University. She changed her mind.
How?
That the world should not support Biafra anymore.
Really?
That's what she said. Yes. Google it now. Look for Maji Param. She's been connected to Nigeria since the 1940s. She wrote something about Igbos in 1960, October 20. The one I read yesterday, where she said that the Igbos are pouring out of the forest, that they need Nigerian unity. And when the war started, she was on the side of the Igbos. Marjorie is okay. I promise to spell that name. Let me just switch the audio source. This thing is good. I don't want it to go off, please. I will spell it now. Mombo, 1 second. All right. So it's Margery. Marjorie. No, not Marjorie. The other Marjorie. Margery. Then param is, your param is correct. Parham. Marjorie Parham. She was a dame. She was associated with Oxford University. She supported Biafra until she traveled. And then they saw firsthand it was not what Ojukwu was saying. Then as soon as they saw it, they turned around. See, let me even end by saying this. If you are Igbo and you study the war, of course you're going to find the faults that Nigeria made, which is natural. And of course Nigeria, let me tell you something. There should never have been all those things they were doing in the Aburi Accord, all those things, it should never have happened. Never. All the Jelenke, read the book by J. Isawe like on Gowon. He talked about it that Gowon's, he wrote to Gowon's biography and he still wrote it there and said, okay, yeah, thank you for that spelling. And wrote it in Perham is Perham. David Afolayan is correct. He wrote in the book on Gowon, that is for Gowon, that Gowon's what's the word now? Like what makes him tick, what's good about him is also the fault he has, like he's soft. He wrote it there. Gowon stiffened, but he did it, he should have done it earlier than he did. And I'm not blaming him, I'm just saying that if you look at, hindsight is 2020. I don't know what I would have done if I were in his shoes. But I'm saying, with the benefits of hindsight, they should have smoked Ojukwu out since. And when I say since, I'm saying since around September, October. They should have locked him up. Imagine for 1 second that Ojukwu was dealing with Murtala Mohammed. He would be gone before he said B, let alone Biafra. He would be gone. But Gowon led that. Ojukwu was so sure that Gowon was not going to fight him that he said to Nebo Graham Douglas, his attorney general, he said to him, he said, Gowon is a Christian, he's not going to fight. So he allowed that thing to just so confused. On a normal day, you deal with that thing very fast. What I'm saying is that you can learn from the mistakes that Nigeria made. Even the blockade, for instance. Yes, there's no way Nigeria would not have that blockade because they were dealing with a fester. That's what I was looking for. He let it drag, he let it fester. On a normal day, you should have done it fast. Ojukwu, for instance, was sending bombs. I'm almost done. Ojukwu sent explosives to Ibadan, to Lagos, to Kaduna, not when Biafra was created though, or declared though, in 1966. There was a bomb blast in Lagos in September of 66. September. There was no declaration of Biafra until May the following year. So that's like 8 months apart. Ojukwu had people go to University of Ibadan to pull it down. They caught 10 people with explosives. How do I know that is true? Because another book that has nothing to do with that book that was written by Kesarwiwa mentioned what they were saying in Nsukka, that they were going to burn down University of Ibadan. While they were doing all of those things in 66, it should have just dealt with all of them. I just packed them once. But you see, we're not saying this to say, oh, he was a bad man. We're just saying that I think you notice. Or what Murtala Mohammed did in Asaba, for instance, that was terrible. But guess what? What the Igbos did before he got there too was terrible. Yeah, I'm almost done. Igbos were killing. Let me just finish these thoughts. Igbos were killing non-Igbos in the Midwest, and then they also came and dealt with them as well. the point I'm trying to make is that everybody makes mistakes, and it's okay if you make mistake. You're just human. But the crazy thing is that you made mistakes. In fact, you made the bigger mistakes, but then you tell everybody that the one that made the smaller mistake is the one that's the culprit. I think that's unfair. All right, you want to say something, Kenzie? Go on. Somebody says same way Nnamdi Kanu want to burn Lagos Airport. Yes, same way. Yes, please.
Okay. So the question is, you mentioned about what's his name again, sir? The GOC during the war. What's his name? Go on.
During the war? Okay.
Sorry, go on. I remember his name. That he was being too soft, and if it was someone like Murtala Mohammed, he would have crushed Ojukwu instantly. So my question is, do you think either Gowon or Mohammed had the facilities to do that?
I'm not saying the war. I said there will be no war. There will be no declaration of Biafra if it was Murtala Mohammed.
Prior to that, as Ojukwu's position at that time, do you think either of them, let's say they wanted to, they had the facility to? So
yes.
Can you explain that?
So, for instance, this was before the idea of telling all the soldiers to go to their regions of origin. By the way, Ojukwu asked that people return to their regions of origin. Then the West also had the same thing later. As soon as they were able to, let me even say it this way. Let me say the real issue. The real issue is that Gowon was not part of the planners of the July coup. That's the first thing. The second thing is that the people who actually planned the July coup wanted to break up Nigeria. So they didn't plan to deal with anybody. Murtala Mohammed, who really planned, who was one of the planners, of the July coup, wanted to break Nigeria into four. Okay? It took the Northern Civil Servants and the Minister of Justice, Ademola Adetokunbo, please mute, and British High Commissioner and American Ambassador to be able to convince him, not to break up Nigeria. If they were going to do what they did, let me give you an example. In the East, the plan they had for the East was not as solid. Because if it was solid, there is no way Ogunewe would just talk to the young men and they'll just drop the guns. The young men had the key. The young officers soldiers had the keys to the armory. I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, but it's Ogunewe or something. He's Igbo, but that's how his name is spelled, Ogunewe. He now found a way to get the keys from them, and then there was no coup. No, they didn't really kill it. At this point, Ojukwu did not run come out for Enugu. Ojukwu was only 69 miles away, hiding. By the way, that guy was a coward. With all due respect, huge. I was saying something. I just remembered now. If you are Igbo and you study these things sincerely, you will feel for your people, and then you will have a particular kind of disdain for Ojukwu. Because there's no way on earth you're going to lead people into that kind of thing, and you let people die like that. And not once in what all I've studied, though, not once did Ojukwu ever take responsibility for anything. It was always Nigeria's fault. So what I mean by that is that if they actually planned for it, they would have had enough soldiers to deal with the eastern region, just like they dealt with the western region and the northern region. They did not. They didn't. And that's why Ogunewe was able to talk to the younger men, and then they now dropped the keys because they had become family and everything. They didn't really plan for the eastern region. If they did, they would have. There would be no. Ojukwu would not even be around. But they didn't plan for the eastern region. So when you say, do they have the weapons? The armory, the key to the armory was not even with Ogunewe. He was able to get it from the younger officers. But if those guys really planned for the eastern region, they would have done. They could have done worse, in my own opinion. Even with common sense, where did they plan for? Abeokuta, Ibadan, Kaduna. What happened in those three places? Fire. Where did they plan for? Benin and Enugu. They planned for Enugu, but it wasn't solid because it was in the hands of young guys and that one was able to wrap them. But let me just repeat again that while that was happening, Ojukwu had run away. All right. Today's topic, I know that it's going to be very difficult to be having topics on Thursdays because we had to cover the news and everything. But we have a lot to discuss as far as Awo is concerned. It's past 6. Do you remember when the Igbos threatened Moitala not to come to Enugu? No, I don't know. Please tell me about it.
I just remembered. You mentioned about Igbos killing non-Igbos in Midwest. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain that, please?
Hey, Jesus. Okay, we have to do. I'm stretching because of time. I'm looking at. Shall we go read today's topic like this? Okay, so, if you read the Midwest response, deactivated. Oh, it's not just about Timo. We're going to end this in the next 5 minutes. I'm going to talk about Papa today, no matter what. Okay, quick one. The Igbos wanted the Midwest for themselves. When the soldiers moved in, there were different battalions. The ones that came in through Osiomo, they went to the lepers colony. The lepers colony had about 1,200 lepers, but they were separated by a river, right? So there was a side that was Igbo side, there was a side that was Benin, Yoruba, and others. The Igbo officers crossed out Osiomo River, went to the Benin side, and killed anybody they could find, lepers. They entered into Benin and different parts, Benin, Sapele, Hueli, and Wari, looking for Hausas, and they killed a lot of Northerners. They went to the Hausa quarters. And you also had Igbos amongst the people of the land pointing out the Hausa spaces. And they killed a lot of them. And there are many stories, but I'll just recommend a book because of time. Midwest Response to Biafra Invasion by Uyilawa Uswanlele. You also find the same report in Nigerian Civil War, by the way, by John Desenjo. But read that Midwest stuff. You will get all the answers you need. But yes, they had concentration camps. They killed, they maimed, they raped, they stole, they looted, and they took over the public service, the civil service of the Midwest.
Like, you mean when Ojukwu appointed an Igbo man to the head of the Midwest?
Beyond that, civil service, literal civil service actually moved from Enugu to Benin to become Oga. And Ojukwu also said that they must send a particular percentage of the revenue to Enugu. Listen, if you're a young person, and you're able, just try and understand that the only way you can grow your space is to acknowledge what was done. I'm not saying it's your fault because you didn't do anything, but at least understand what was done, and then discover that your enemy is not even the outsider. Your enemy is the insider who, for his ego, was just doing all kinds of things that he was doing. Somebody says, Ishakole from Midwest. Yes, they wanted Ishakole. All right. FFT, thank you very much. FFT always has a way of, FFT and one other person, they have a way of asking questions that get us out of the topic. But I also indulge in that because I think it helps to remind ourselves of these things. It's better to do that than to just say, okay, I have a topic I must finish. And I've noticed something. The things that we've discussed there before, just because a person was here and heard it doesn't mean they understand it. So it's not bad if we spend some time to talk about those things again. Like if you ask me a question tomorrow now, I may answer the same thing, but I may answer the question, but use different sources. Right? But I just think it helps for us. So we didn't waste time. We have not gone to the topic of today, but if all we are going about is trying to get the truth, then it's not a waste of time. Sorry, somebody on YouTube is saying something interesting. It says, you play Nigerian Yoruba anthem, but yet you think you are not trying to divide the nation. Okay, my own is to stop saying jargon against the Igbo. Probably can say that one alone now. No, I'll do that after this. Okay. Every time you hear an Igbo man talk about Nigerian politics, he uses two words: unite, divide, unite, divide, unite, divide. And once he can say those two things, apart from tribalism, the vocabulary of the average Igbo person in Nigerian politics is very it's not more than 10 words. What's my YouTube handle? Busui Oris. It's not more than 10 words. Unite, divide, tribalist, bigot, victimization, marginalization. That's it. That's it. Unite, divide, tribalist, bigot, victim. No, they don't say victimization. They say marginalization. Just 5. You hate us. God bless you. You hate us. That's it. And jealousy. Go to 10. Once you understand, if a group uses the same words to say the same thing, like there's no depth to it. It's not like I say regionalism. Like for Yoruba person in Nigerian politics, you hear regionalism, you hear GDP, you hear development, you hear IGR, you hear all kinds of things. But from the east, I can't even remember up to 10. But if you pass 10, let's unite. You are dividing us. You are bigots. You are tribalists. You hate us. You are jealous. Marginalization. How do you have serious political engagement and thank you, Yoruba are betrayers? They don't use traitor. They don't use the word traitor. They just say betrayer. Although it's a wrong English word, but we are where we are. Betrayer. I'm like, who betrayed you? That betrayer thing, actually, I did a video. That video, somebody saw it and they had to ask me certain questions. Oh, no, they don't say Sabo to us. They say Sabo in the South. They call South and Sabo. We are richer than you. These things are childish. Has there ever been any legislator who has presented a bill for referendum? No. None. Everybody is lazy. See, the point I'm trying to prove is that number one, you have talking points, and number two, they are subpar. Like they don't excite an intellectual, like anybody who even get common sense. It doesn't excite you. Like we're talking, and you're talking like you're jealous of me. Okay, which book I want to read to even understand which one to talk now? Like it's too pedestrian. And guess what? This is the sad part. Even the educated people speak like that. A professor looks at you and says the exact. I'm like, how? That's why I discovered that it is not that the person is bad. It's a cultural thing. It has become like the way Yoruba people speak Yoruba. That's the language. Bible says of Satan. I'm not comparing people to Satan. I'm just saying something. The Bible says of Satan. It says he's the father of lies. When he speaks lies, he speaks of his own. NIV says when he speaks lies, he speaks his native language or his native tongue. In other words, the same way Chinese people speak Mandarin, when Satan speaks, a lie. So it's just like that. The same way people, when you speak, it's just the rhetoric, it just flows. And the reason is because of where it's coming from. The only group that has the same rhetoric are the people that propaganda has succeeded in their region. That's the truth. They hate you. They did. I have books from 1940 something. It's the same thing, and that's why naturally, if you are able, you feel sorry along. Like you feel sorry. Not, and I'm not saying like, oh, somebody is better than anybody, but like, how can that be the legacy you give to your children? If you hate me, you have a conversation and not say, oh, you are saying because you hate me. What's my reason? If you like hate me, what does that do? What doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything. But if you're looking for people that want unitary system in Nigeria, there's only one region you find it. People that want strong men in Nigeria, it's only one region. Emergency lovers of Nigeria, it's only people begin to, but it did not start today. Oh. This strong men thing is way back in the 60s. Oh. That's why I say, if we question things, see, all of us, nobody is perfect. But if you question it, maybe you can break free of it and then you can evolve. And then once you evolve, you're able to actually talk deep stuff. Like, see, this thing. I may be wrong, but at least talk to me like you thought about what I've said. Not to say, oh, you are jealous of me. Like, say I have more money than you. Like, all of us go to university. I have more money. That one always makes me feel like the person I'm talking to is a retard. So you have a deep conversation. The person says, I have more money. So what would now happen with the money? All right, let's get into... let us go. Let us go. That one, I don't like that thing, Sha. Let us go. Nobody's holding anybody down. When you came, I did not say come now. When you want to go, you don't have to tell me. If you get on the bus right now, I promise not to hold you back. Say, let us go. You say you don't like us. Let us go. Like, Abba. All those things are too childish. It's good to have, like, deep stuff. I'm looking forward to it. I'm not holding my breath, though. But we'll see how that goes. Whew. Past 6. We're going to discuss. Even if it's for 20 minutes, we'll say something about Papa today. We must. Wait till we go title today's session now. We'll have to think about it. We don't have seaport. Kano built massive markets in the 16th century without a seaport. The Ife Empire that was built in the 11th century did not become an empire because of the sea. Onitsha does not need the sea. But you know what? If your mind is always on importation, you think the sea is the end or be all. That's the problem. If you think production to consumption to production, if you think production, sincerely, you'll not be thinking of the sea. Like that. But to be honest, it's not even about all of these things. It's just anything to just make people feel bad, like feel cheated. Give me seaport, but there's no sea. I'm not God. I can't give you a sea. You can have inland dry port, but you can't have a seaport. And you don't need the federal government to give you anything. Federal government does not go around giving people kiniko. People are building ports all over the place. And it's not federal government building all these ports. But everybody will be fine. Everybody will be fine eventually. If we close now, we have tried, but I don't think it's okay to do that. So let me take our people down. Thank you very much for coming up. It's been an interesting conversation. Thank you, FFT. And thank you, Ekenzi. Please be on TikTok. Let's power tap. This thing is showing that there's inactivity. So please, let's power tap. Thank you guys for coming up. Sometimes I think about it, like even this war topic concept is enough to just, there's too much size to it, but I don't want to bore you. I'm not going to read. I'm going to read the preface to this book. Okay. Kanebono Empire had no support. If you live your life not seeing the blessings that God has given you, you'll never be happy. There's a saying, comparison is a thief of joy. If you cannot look at yourself and say, I have this, I have this, I have that, you don't understand comparative advantage. All you see is your lack. You can't be happy. And sincerely, without throwing any shades, the stats for 2024, 2025 the RPS people in Nigeria, RPS regions in Nigeria, you know the RPS region for males and females, and the region with the non-RPS people in Nigeria, males and females. Whatever you're thinking right now, that's the answer. I'm not even joking now. This is a survey was carried out. All right, so let's do something before we go. Maybe we should even be doing this. I think we should even listen to Awo. Let's listen to Awo. How about that? And then I'll read some things from him. So this will help me to also take a short break. I think it's about 2 minutes or so. There's a video. By the way, if you can, read these books. If you want Awolowo's Papa's books, you will find in the Telegram, in the Read With Me books on Telegram. Right? You find a lot of those his books. I'm fond of buying anything that has his name on it. So even these days, some people just try something and put his name. Would have bought it before we realized that not being in Toka. But I mean, it's worth it, right? Kaduna built in Jan Drive, but let's play something from Papa, maybe 1 or 2 short clips, and then we'll read some things from him before we go. Deal? Take a listen. No, I have dismantled this thing. Let me reconnect. All right, take a quick listen to this.
But I must warn that I have written only for those Nigerians who are prepared to learn, to study, to make painstaking research, to absorb prejudices, and to think systematically and constructively. Up to now, it is the habit with many of us to approach the titanic, intricate, and pressing problems of our country with blameworthy casualness, insufficient study and research, loose and desultory thinking, supercilious complacency, deep-seated prejudices, and insensate partisanship. I have deliberately ventured to invite all our leaders in particular, and the entire body of educated Nigerians in general, to a more serious, more objective, more thoughtful, more constructive, and more altruistic approach to our economic, political, and social problems. But I must warn that I have written only for those Nigerians who are prepared to learn, to study, to make painstaking research, to absorb prejudices, and to think systematically and constructively. Up to now, it is the habit with many of us to approach the titanic, intricate, and pressing problems of our country with blameworthy casualness, insufficient study and research, loose and desultory thinking, supercilious complacency, deep-seated prejudices, and insensate partisanship. I have deliberately ventured to invite all our leaders in particular, and the entire body of educated Nigerians in general, to a more serious, more objective, more thoughtful, more constructive, and more altruistic approach to our economic, political, and social problems. But I must warn that I have written only for those.
1 second, just one more short clip, and then we'll get into stuff. This was a speech in 1958 at the Lancaster House in the UK. All right, take a listen to this.
The welfare of millions of people for generations to come may be affected by the wisdom which we here display. If Nigerian leaders and our British partners are to prove themselves worthy of their trust, now is the time for us solemnly and truly to dedicate ourselves to seeking the greatest good of the greatest number of our people in Nigeria. It is to this end that my colleagues and I pledge ourselves. The first main task of conference is to resolve those problems which defied solutions in 1957 and to evolve for Nigeria a constitution of which both the British and the Nigerian peoples can be proud.
All right. Sorry about that. So, tomorrow, no matter what happens in Nigeria, news no go pass, won't eat too much into time like we have done today. But just a little recap of what we did on Monday as far as Papa is concerned. Papa was born on March 6th, 1909 in Ikene. His father's name was David Shukpolu and his mother's name was Mary Efunyela. We learned about how the structure of their family and how, the grandma was staying with them and she was like the soul of the household. Talked about his mother. Was the first son. Well, it was the first surviving son. The very first son having, they lost the first son, his parents. And so he talked about, how he grew up, talked about political structure in Ijebu at the time, Ijebu Remo, talked about how he eventually lost his father to smallpox. And of course, that affected a lot of things for him. So I'm doing that because I'm trying to quickly see if we can get something sorted before we leave today. So I'm going to read from his autobiography. If you don't have that book, please check Redomi Books on Telegram. Redomi is, let me spell it, R-E, Marcosori, YouTube. There's actually a section for just Awolowo books on the Telegram channel. Okay, so please take advantage. We're not going to be able to read everything on these live sessions, but at least we're going to get enough to stimulate our minds and inspire us to greatness, right? So let's get back to the book. At the time I learned of father's death, the news did not seem to make much impact upon me. We already read this the other day. The news did not seem to make much. I'll have to take that again. 1 second. I think, did I say any water? Kubo on YouTube is talking about, imagine Professor Mogalu looking up to Kemal Atatürk for leadership. That's what happens with certain people. It is well. So he says, at the time I learned of father's death, the news did not seem to make much impact upon my mind. I remember that I did not weep, but as the events of my life rapidly and remorselessly unfolded themselves, it dawned more and more upon me that by the death of father, a most tragic incident was to shape the course of my life in a most decisive manner had happened. Like other ardent Christians of his time, father sent me to school when I was about 5 years of age. I remember that I intensely hated the project. First of all, it severely curtailed my period of play. It was no longer possible for me to romp about with children of my age from dawn till dusk, with inevitable and delectable intervals for food, and if I so desired, for an afternoon siesta as well. Secondly, there was too much regimentation about schooling. You must be tidy in appearance coming to school, which meant either a complete ablution or the washing of face and limbs to present at least a good facade. I did not normally relish the former. I tolerated the latter. You must be punctual in coming to school, which opened at 9 a.m., on the pain of corporal or some other form of punishment. I thought the schedule time was too early. We broke up for lunch at 12 noon. Good show, but we're expected back. I mean, we don't have to get into all of those details, but if you read it, just give you an idea of what it felt like when he started going to school and, things like that. But I'm just going to jump to some of the issues that happened. Umbo. So it says, outside the field of my physical activities, father resolutely objected to my dabbling in anything other than my school lessons. He maintained, and he said it repeatedly in my hearing, whenever occasions called for it, that he wanted me to be a man of consequence in accordance with prevailing civilized standards. To this end, he was determined to give me a good education. After I had completed my schooling at Ikene, he always declared he was going to send me to a high school in Lagos, after which he wanted me to become an outstanding clerk in Lagos. Under no circumstances was he going to allow me to embark on farming or the lumber business as a career. Nonetheless, during the holidays or on Saturdays, I always liked to go with father to his farms. These were located in different places and in different directions from Ikene town, due, as I discovered later, to certain factors. Father was a relatively big farmer, one of the biggest in Ikene, but there's a limit to the quantum which an individual member could cultivate in a particular parcel of family land. Furthermore, the system of farming was and still is extensive cultivation which necessitates the shifting of farm holdings from place to place. At first, if the distance was not more than a mile or so, and as I grew older and stronger, if he was favorably disposed, he might take me along. All right. I'm opening several pages because I'm jumping a lot of things, so please stay with me. So I wanted him to become a clerk. It's quite interesting how his father's dream was not even God's plan for him. It says, I was present in January 1920 when father discussed my future educational career with a townsman who worked in Lagos as a teacher and who had previously been a student of the Lagos CMS Grammar School. Father told him of the sort of career he wanted me to pursue. He was advised by this gentleman to send me to the grammar school by January 1921. 4 or 5 years there, he assured father, were enough to equip me for the post of a good and well-paid clerk in a government department in Lagos. Father wholeheartedly welcomed the idea and asked the gentleman from Lagos to help in making arrangements for my admission to the Lagos Grammar School. It was a rosy and fascinating prospect for me. I had been longing for some time to pay a visit to Lagos. By the way, Lagos here is not Lagos State though. It's Lagos Ilu, the town, the island, that area. I had been longing for some time to pay a visit to Lagos, but father ruled that I was too young to undertake the journey. Lagos had been depicted by travelers as a city with wonderful shops, houses, and people. This was before those who call themselves developers got there. Many thrilling tales had been told about the sea and the lagoon, and of the singing fishes in the latter. The composition of some new melodious songs had been attributed to canoe pullers, who had claimed to have heard them from a choir of fishes. Besides, it was the height of the ambition of a schoolboy of my age in Ikene to attend a secondary school in Lagos. Now I was to be allowed to visit Lagos to attend the grammar school there and later become a clerk in a government department there. By this time, I had begun to develop some ambition. I had seen a car and wanted to ride in one. But as it belonged to the Akaribo, the paramount chief of Ijeburemo, and as I had heard that even in Lagos, only a lawyer, doctor, or a wealthy trader rode in one, I was not sure whether so marvelous and expensive a thing would ever be within my reach. I had seen a motorcycle owned by a native court clerk in Ijeburemo. The two catechists in Ikene, as well as a number of Ikene traders, owned bicycles. Some Ikene sons working in Lagos also owned bicycles and occasionally brought them home. I felt confident that when I became a clerk, I too could own a bicycle or a motorcycle. In the circumstances, I strongly desired the accelerated arrival of January 1921. But the January 1921 of my dream never arrived. With the death of my father in April 1920, there was an abrupt cessation to my schooling, and all the hopes and aspirations which father had systematically and relentlessly instilled in me were remorselessly dashed. At the time of his death, my father had more than enough property to cater for my schooling, at least up to Standard 5, and for our sustenance and maintenance for some 2 or 3 years thereafter. There was a large quantity of unsold planks and joists. That's if you have lumber yard. So I think, apart from being a farmer, he also had lumber yards. There were outstanding debts due to father, which were later collected. There were at least 5 parcels of farmlands planted with yams, and I have to receipt. Please, 1 second. I'll take it again from the top. So he says here, at the time of his death, my father had more than enough to cater. At the time of his death, my father had more than enough property to cater for my schooling, at least up to Standard 5, and for our sustenance and maintenance for some 2 or 3 years thereafter. There was a large quantity of unsold planks and joists. There were outstanding debts due to father, which were later collected. There were at least 5 parcels of farmlands planted with yams and other crops, which were doing well. There was some money too. Notwithstanding all this, mother and we, our children, were left destitute immediately after father's death. We were the victims of a native law and custom, which gives precedence to the deceased's younger brothers and sisters and to the children of his elder brothers and sisters in the disposal of inheritance. The unwritten maxim of this unwritten law may be stated in English thus, quote, brothers and sisters of the deceased had been before his children ever were. A few days after father's death, some of his friends, together with some elderly members of his relations on the maternal and paternal sides, congregated to administer his estate. Nothing came to me except a big gown. This was given to me by the administrators, not because I was entitled to it, but as a token of the profound affection which my father was known to have had for me. I sold it in 1929 to swell my meager savings in order to pay for the correspondence courses which I took in that year in English, commercial knowledge, shorthand, and so on. I'm going to move on to something else. I'm just trying to find the relevant stuff to what we're discussing, all right? Let me go back just a little. All right, let's continue from here. Towards the end of 1923, I unaccountably felt homesick. But okay, you know what? If I say this without telling you where he was before he felt homesick, Koni Shedada, Mombo, I might be no. So after what happened, Papa had to leave Ikene and eventually had to stay with his uncle and then later on with his grandma. But let's just read a few things. In April 1921, Uncle James, who had returned to Abeokuta in 1920 after harvesting, Uncle James was his father's younger brother, after harvesting the crops on his own share of inherited farmlands and disposing of his own share of planks and joists, visited Ikene. He spoke to my mother and me and told us that Granny, who had returned to Abeokuta a few days after father's death, wanted me to come and stay with her. I welcomed the news with mixed feelings. In our part of the world at that time, Abeokuta was next to Lagos in order of importance and renown. I would have loved to go there, provided I had some assurance about my schooling. I also had a feeling of delight at the prospect of a reunion with Granny. But it was going to be a Granny in Abeokuta, sans my father, sans my mother, and sans the happy atmosphere of our home in Ikene, in the days before father had a second wife. My mother stoutly objected, but I remember making my reaction unequivocally clear during the discussion. I wanted to resume schooling and was prepared to go wherever it was possible for me to do this. Uncle James gave the assurance, but mother maintained her objection. The day after this discussion, I asked mother for permission to spend the night with Uncle James at my father's house where he was staying. Mother gave the permission. unaware that I had agreed secretly with Uncle James to go with him to Abeokuta and to leave Ikenne in the early hours of the next day. And so on 20 April 1921, I have never forgotten and would never forget the date. I arrived with Uncle James in Abeokuta. On the approach to Abeokuta, on the narrow footpath by which we came, we got to a hilltop. From this vantage ground, one is able to see a good view of a section of Abeokuta town. The sight staggered my imagination and even energized my very weary legs. The largest town I had seen before I came away was Shagamu. I had heard reports of Abeokuta's immense size, but I had never imagined it to be anything like what I saw. There in the distance lay a sea of zinc roofs. When was this? 1921. That's why I tell people that whenever you see zinc roofs, and you call it brown roofs, it's a sign that certain places develop very fast before some places. And it's also like that because most of Yoruba towns have extra land that if you are tired of the old buildings, usually people will just move to other lands and build new houses. So don't let anybody use that thing to insult you. It's just so cool that you have cities, right, like this. To have this in 1921 means that it was there before. Of course, that was, if you were here when we discussed, at the time we had a session on Efunro Tinubu. She also lived in Abeokuta at the time. And at that time, the place was populated by, this was late 19th century, it was populated by people from different places, different Yoruba people, educated people, traders, merchants, and so on and so forth. So he says the largest town I had seen before then was Shagamu. I had heard reports of Abeokuta's immense size, but I had never imagined it to be anything like what I saw. There in the distance lay a sea of zinc roofs, stretching as far as the eyes could see. On entering the town, I was astonished at the size and beauty of some of the houses. It took me 4 days to recover from the weariness and exhaustion on the journey on foot from Ikenne to Abeokuta, from about 4 o'clock in the morning to about 6 o'clock in the evening of the same day. That's 14 hours trekking. Ogao. Granny shed tears on seeing me, embraced me, and bewailed the tragedy of my father's untimely death. She poured on me a profusion of paternal affection. Uncle James reported to her the circumstances surrounding my departure from Ikenne, and Granny sort of guaranteed Uncle James's assurance that I would be sent to school. I rejoiced inwardly at the prospect of resuming school again, but as I lay there in Granny's lodging, recuperating from the rigor of the journey, with legs aching and tiredness in all my limbs, my dominant thought was to do as much sightseeing as possible before I started schooling. As soon as I got on my feet again, I roamed around Abeokuta town in company of some of the children and grandchildren of Granny's friends and fellow traders. Most of the things I saw there were so different from what I was used to at home. There were good and wide roads. There were many more than one car. There were lorries too. There were steamrollers used for making roads. There were street electric lights. 1921. And there was pipe-borne water supply. Every day, save Saturdays and Sundays, many students of the Abeokuta Grammar School passed along the road in front of Granny's residence to and from their school. How neat, how smart, and how self-confident in their bearing. If father had not died, so I pondered, I would have been like one of these. Along the same road, that is Shakmo-Ibara Road, which was the most important highway in Abeokuta at the time, passed every day, save Sundays, to and from their offices and shops at Imo and Ibara in Abeokuta. Immaculately dressed people in cars and on motorcycles and push bikes who were employed in various categories such as clerks, traders, salesmen, bookkeepers, cashiers, and so on and so forth. I greatly admired them. If father had been alive, so I mused regretfully, it would have been only a matter of time for me to become one of these. All right, there are many more things. We are going to move on very fast. Which one was your alma mater? Abeokuta Grammar School? Really? We are going to move. Okay, no. There's a page. Mbo. So we're going to go back a bit. What time is it? Wow, it's almost 7. One second, guys. I'm looking for... I don't want to read everything because of time. So I want to get to the part where he had to do some odd jobs just to be able to go to school. Why am I even spending time on this? Because also gives us an idea, and also helps you to understand why he was very passionate about education, and then why he had all the policies that he had when he was premier. So he says, after about a fortnight stay with Granny, I was transferred to Uncle James, who stayed at Ibara, Abeokuta, some 3 miles away from Granny. I had hoped that all was set for my resumption of schooling. This, however, was not the case and was not to be. Instead of sending me to school, and I had no doubt he could afford to pay the fees, he made me work for him in all sorts of capacities. Uncle James was a man of many parts, contractor for all manner of petty works, a farmer, a firewood seller, and the proprietor of a palm wine bar. As a contractor, he had a number of laborers under him. He did his farming and firewood fetching partly with hired labor and partly by his own direct labor when there was no contract work on hand. I was employed chiefly as a laborer to till his farms and to fetch firewood, and partly to call the roll of his laborers and to join them afterwards in executing the particular work in hand. I took part in constructing 2 important roads in Abeokuta, one inside the town leading to the government reservation at Ibara, and the other from Idiaba to Ajebo, then Asha, now on the new Lagos-Ibadan road. Though I did not like the types of work I was being made to do, yet I gave of my very best in the hope that my conscientious efforts would attract the much-needed school fees. I was prepared to do any honest work, however hard and distasteful, provided I would thereby be enabled to pay my school fees. But my ambition remained unfulfilled, and I made repeated complaints to Granny and Uncle James. One excuse or another was from time to time given for postponing my schooling. At a certain stage, I felt I was being deceived and cheated, and I told Granny so. I had no courage to say this to Uncle James, who could be very bad in his temper, and who on 2 occasions had shown me to my painful discomfiture that once he started to wield the whip, the more you cried, the more and severer flogging you got. Let's jump again. In the meantime, however, I had discovered from some of my playmates who were circumstanced as I was and who were attending school that it was possible to live with masters who would pay the pupil school fees in return for domestic services rendered by him outside school hours. I decided to try this experiment. After consultation with Granny and Uncle James, the proposed experiment was approved, but unfortunately it was an unmitigated failure. I worked for 4 masters in all from 1922 to 1923. In the intervals between my peregrination from one master to another, I employed my time in working for Uncle James as usual. My first master was the official driver to the resident of Abeokuta province. I did not stay long enough with him for him to pay my fee for 1 quarter, which in those days could be paid in arrears. Because I broke a plate, his wife abused me to his heart's content. Well and good. Well, we'll come back. The point is I had to work for different masters. So he worked for somebody, he broke a plate, he was beaten. My next master was a drunkard and could not have cared less about my fees. He neglected his wife and his aged mother. Third master was very genial and kind-hearted man. He was a photographer. It was during my service with him that I first visited Lagos in 1923 to buy photographic materials for him from a Mr. Freeman, who was himself both a photographer and dealer in photographic materials at Tokumbo Street. By the way, Tokumbo is a Yoruba word. It goes without saying, but I hear these days that people are even fighting over the etymology of that word, because some people are just interesting characters. So he says the photographer sent me to school, paid 1 quarter's fee, and later decided to make a photographer instead of a teacher or clerk of me. He refused to pay further fees and employed me in carrying his camera along to the places where he was called upon to practice his profession. He taught me focusing. I enjoyed the adventure at first, but after some 2 months of enforced training as a photographer, I took French leave. My stock of clothing was now becoming attenuated, and my books, some old books bought by father with some new additional exercise books, were becoming rather ragged. I left them behind in this photographer master's house, and I owed their recovery to Granny. My fourth master, a Lagosian by the name of Gladstone Coker, was a surveyor under the Egba Native Authority. Thank you, Ola Lucas. Oh, I remember you. Around that account. Thank you. Eshe. It says, my fourth master, a Lagosian by the name of Gladstone Coker, was a surveyor under the Egba Native Authority. I came under his charge in 1923 in accidental circumstances. Uncle James had a subcontract for the construction of the road leading to the government reservation at Ibara. I was there to call the roll as well as work with the laborers. Mr. Coker came there one day, as he had done on previous occasions on supervision. He came immediately after I had concluded the roll call, a short and robust man, somewhat corpulent and handsome. He looked at me with a stare. He approached me, asked what I was doing there, and I told him. He then turned to my uncle and told him it was wicked of him to bring a young and intelligent-looking lad like me to do road work. The boys should be in school, he asserted. Without waiting for a reply, he declared that if my uncle and I did not mind, he would like me to go and live with him, and he would send me to school. Uncle James had no objection. I was happy at this unsolicited, generous offer, and it was agreed that I should report at Mr. Coker's house the following morning. Mrs. Coker was a beautiful and charming woman. Guys, I've clicked on something. No worry, I'm going to get into it in a bit. All right. Mrs. Coker was a beautiful and charming woman. The couple had 2 children, a son and a daughter. My arrival brought the number of the domestic servants to 3, but I was the only one who was to attend school. The other 2 were employed full-time as domestic servants and were paid wages as such. Mr. Coker was very much in earnest about me and my education. It did not take long for me to realize that he regarded me as an adopted son. He sent me to the Roman Catholic school, Itesi, where after a test, I was placed in Standard 3. He bought me all the prescribed books and school materials. He bought me 2 suits of clothes for use when attending school. On my books, in his own hand, a flourish of calligraphy, he wrote my name as Jeremiah Obafemi Awolowo Coker. I had no objection to being addressed as Master Coker. In those days, an English name was a prima facie passport to important and exclusive circles, which formed the upper strata of the then social structure. But I pointed out, not without some hesitation, that he had wrongly spelt my name. He promptly rejoined that Awolowo sounded too pagan in its import, and that Awolowo was not only as good as any other name, but was also more in keeping with my Christian profession. At the same time, he expressed a strong desire to convert me to the Roman Catholic confession. Mr. and Mrs. Coker were themselves devout Catholics. All this did not appear to me to matter at all. What mattered was my schooling. In this connection, I was not only impressed by Mr. Coker's sincerity, I was deeply touched and moved by his affection for me. Here at last was another father who was determined to ensure the fulfillment of the aspirations which my late father entertained for me. Unfortunately, however, Mrs. Coker did not share her husband's fondness for me. Let's not go into the Coker issue. Let you stay with Papa. In the course, I'm jumping some pages and paragraphs to make it, and we'll be out of here in the next couple of minutes, few minutes, I should say. In the course of this checkered period of my young life, I attended 4 schools, namely Ibara Anglican, Ogbe Wesleyan, Itesi Wesleyan, and Itesi Roman Catholic. In the same period, my clothes were reduced almost to tatters and rags, and there was a brief period. Let me just read some of those things about, so I can connect. How did it go from having, suits of clothes to rags? So it says here, Mr. Coker was in the habit of going out. Let me connect it to the other part I read. This is the part I don't like jumping sometimes. So he says, here at last was another father who was determined to ensure the fulfillment of the aspirations which my late father entertained for me. Unfortunately, however, Mrs. Coker did not share her husband's fondness for me. Mr. Coker was in the habit of going out of Abeokuta town for several days on end in the course of his duties. When he was in town, Awolowo means cult or fetish deserves respect or honor. Awolowo means money deserves respect or honor. I had nothing to fear or worry about. I was made to feel perfectly at home, and I was treated by him as the eldest child in the family. But as soon as he was out of town, I was in trouble. On such occasions, I was put in my proper place. During one of Mr. Coker's absences from home, a series of events happened which depressed and saddened me so much that I left the home of the Cokers without notice. Again, as on two previous occasions, I owed the recovery of my scanty belongings which I had left behind to Granny. In the course of this checkered period of my young life, I attended 4 schools, namely Ibara Anglican, Ogbe Wesleyan, Itesi Wesleyan, and Itesi Roman Catholic. In the same period, my clothes were reduced almost to tatters and rags, and there was a brief period when all I had for a decent apparel was a pair of shorts and a shirt called Buba. In spite of my indigent plight and scholastic setbacks, I was on the whole as light-hearted and happy as my playmates. I took part in all healthy juvenile activities which came my way. I wrestled as brilliantly as ever. I joined in playing a form of soccer using a tennis ball for a purpose, and so on and so forth. Let's jump back to the school stuff. Towards the end of 1923, I unaccountably felt homesick. I told Granny and Uncle James about it, but I had nothing in the way of clothing other than my pair of shorts and buba. And for shame, I shrank from the thought of returning to Ikenne in that state. Granny, who wholeheartedly supported my proposal, bought me one new suit of clothes. In company of traders returning to Ikenne, I went back home on foot. At Ikenne, I was distressed to find that some of my classmates had become teachers and were busy preparing for entrance examination to teacher training colleges. Some had gone back to farming, and others had gone to Lagos for further studies. Those of my schoolmates who were junior to me were already doing better than I. Unlike most of my townspeople who had gone abroad on educational adventure, I had nothing to offer the stay-at-homes in the way of advancement, save my Egba dialect, which was admired and which I have now lost for good. It says, I had nothing to offer the stay-at-homes in the way of advancement, save my Egba dialect, which was admired and which I have now lost for good, and the story of the great city of Abeokuta and its illustrious people. But most of my classmates and schoolmates did not scruple to embarrass me by asking me questions about my educational progress. I told them quite truthfully that I was still in Standard 3, and added also truthfully, but more in defense of my good name, that standards in Abeokuta schools were higher than those in the Ikenne schools. All right, I'm going to move to another part. So it says here, as a result of my experiences at Ikenne during this visit, I returned to Abeokuta with my mind made up to make a clean break with Uncle James, stand on my own, and pay my own way through school. After all, 3 of my acquaintances, though much older than I, were doing precisely this. I also resolved never to pay another visit to Ikenne until I felt able to hold my own and resume my former stature educationally among my classmates. Before I left Ikenne, my mother, who had been married to another husband and who was financially better off than before I first left home for Abeokuta, was able to buy me a suit of clothes and to give me £1 besides. I resolved to spend every penny of this money on my school fees and school materials. On my return to Abeokuta, I went straight to Granny and told her of my new plan. She welcomed it and promised to feed me and buy me some clothing as and when she could afford it, if I could earn enough for my fees and so on. Before the schools opened in January 1924, by the way, 1924 means at this point is, that's weird. It's 15. All right. Before the schools opened in January 1920, it's going to be 15 because it was born in March. Before the school opened in January 1924, I paid a visit to Ibarra to see Uncle James. I told him also of my plan. Apart from making some discouraging remarks, he was indifferent. I then called on Mr. G.O. Moulds to spend 2 nights or so with him before returning to Granny. Mr. G.O. Mould was literate in English and was a very clever man, but he became totally blind some 5 years after he left school, when he was in the employ of the then Nigerian Forestry Department. I'm trying to keep it to just Papa. During my stay with him, I disclosed my new plan to him. His prompt reaction was that if I could work for my fees, he would give me supper and occasional tips in return for the usual services which others of my type rendered to him. There were 4 schoolboys staying permanently under his roof, and there were about 4 others who visited his house daily. I felt that the atmosphere of Mr. Mo's house and the comradeship of other pupils available there would be more conducive to my educational progress and personal happiness than staying with Granny. I told Granny of my new idea, and as usual, she readily agreed. When schools opened in January 1924, I secured admission to the Baptist Boys High School. I told the headmaster that I was promoted to Standard 4 in 1920 and considered myself still good for that class. And though he appeared a little skeptical about my claim, he placed me in the class without a test. As time went on, however, I knew I did not make the grade except in arithmetic. I was poor in other subjects. I resolved to work very hard at my studies. All right. I think what we should do is this. Let's call it a no. We can't call it a day here. It's too. I'll read a bit more. I want to finish all this thing about school, at least about standard school, before we go into Wesley in Ibadan. So let's see what we can finish before we go. Okay. And thank you for liking the live on TikTok and also on YouTube. Thank you for being here. Please keep liking and sharing. Thanks a lot. In July 1924, on the advice of some of my friends and playmates, I sought and gained admission to Salvation Army School in Abeokuta. The school was housed in an old derelict produce store. Unlike the Baptist Boys High School, where there was a teacher, you know what? This jumping is not connecting this stuff, so let me just gingerly go back. So I already read what happened when schools opened in 1924 and the issues he had in school apart from in arithmetic. So let me just take it slowly, okay? So that way there is congruence, all right? So he says school fees were paid weekly in advance there. I think the is 1 pence per week, I believe. And I paid mine promptly. But before the second quarter was over, I was involved in an accident. A motor vehicle used to come to the school, which was situated on the high hill, to fetch water. Some of us were in the habit of boarding this vehicle and jumping down again before it began to descend the very steep slope down the hill. The headmaster had given repeated warnings against what he described as a dangerous prank. In spite of those warnings, about five of us repeated our escapade. The others jumped off the vehicle in time before it got to the declivity. Thus, the decline. But I wanted to try getting off when it was actually going at a greater speed down the slope. So I did, and was badly bruised. So I did and was badly bruised and wounded in the process. Apart from bruises on various parts of my arms and legs, I had a ghastly wound to my right kneecap, and blood flowed down my right leg profusely. I tried without success to cover up the just reward for my disobedience, but the headmaster could not be deceived. He discerned blood trickling to the ground where I stood. He questioned me, and I told him exactly what had happened. At this instance, the principal of the school promptly gave me first aid treatment. At the end of the treatment, the headmaster remarked that I deserved severe punishment for my disobedience, but he thought I had got more than my full deserts by the injuries that I had sustained. It was with great difficulty that I limped for about 2.5 miles to Ibarra. I did not return to school again for 2 reasons. In the first place, I was very ashamed to be the only one singled out for exposure by fate from amongst a number of fellow culprits for an act of flagrant disobedience. In the second place, I considered myself unequal to the requirements of the school standard 4, and I did not want to face the mortification of being demoted or of having to repeat the same standard in the succeeding year. In July 1924, on the advice of some of my friends and playmates, I sought and gained admission to Salvation Army School in Abeokuta. The school was housed in an old derelict produce store. Unlike the Baptist Boys High School, where there was a teacher to every class, there was only one teacher for the whole school. I was not unused to this feature. Alright, where was I? I was not unused to this feature. It was like what obtained in Ekene in my days, and in Ibarra Anglican school when I attended it. Those friends of mine to whom I have made reference were themselves pupils of the Salvation Army School, and they too worked for their own fees by fetching firewood for sale. Either though I had been engaged in carrying for hire sheaves of dried elephant grass, which was used by local potters in firing their earthenwares. Lucas. For a full day's work, I used to make as much as 6D. What's D? Is it dime? That's what they wrote, 6D. Go eat tamala. And for less than half a day's work after school hours, I could make, I think this is like half. Again, these are currencies that I don't know about anymore. But I'll see if I can. Pence need D. Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's quite strange though. I would expect a P, not a D. Anyway, let's take it that that's what it is. I'm not sure yet, y'all. Because if it was spent, I would have expected a P. But here I see something that looks like a D. Dime. It could be a dime, it could be pence. But let's just... something that's less than... is definitely not shillings. And definitely not pounds. But let's read a few more stuff and then we will call it a day. Where were we? I also sometimes worked for the potters in pounding raw clay with a pestle on a flat bed made of closely arranged flat and smooth surfaced stones. This was a grueling piece of occupation. Because of this exacting nature, I only did this work when there were no sheaves of grass to carry. Occasionally, I also worked as a farm laborer on a piecework basis. My friends, however, told me on hearing of my occupational experiences that firewood fetching and selling was not only a comparatively easier occupation, but also that it was more lucrative. I decided therefore to leave Mr. Mold and to move to Shakmo to stay with Granny. I did this for certain reasons. The Salvation Army School was only a few yards from Shakmo Market, and my firewood seller friends lived very close by Granny's lodging. Besides, apart from wanting to keep their company in this venture, they convincingly argued that Shakmo Market, which was much bigger and much popular than Omida Market, Ibarra, and which was in operation every day, was a much better place for the disposal of firewood than the latter market, which was mainly in operation only once every 4 days. Ojarorun. It's penny. Okay. Thank you, Ola Lucas. Penny pence. Is it okay? Yes, you. All right. So he says occasionally. No. What is Oja? So Baba was selling Igi on Shegita. I think this is the beauty of Yoruba society, though. Right? I can't really look down on the person because of what they're doing at the moment. It's a short model. What's a share guitar? That's lost the leco. Tom Quaid, Irin Obey, Luma di Adari, Ashiwaju, Bobo Yoruba. I'm going to tell you about it. Let me tell you something. I really don't have to read these things, to be honest. Like, I did an outline for this series, and I could just talk about it and move on. But I felt that maybe to help us also, when we get to start discussing the educational policies, the things that he did when he became a politician, this will serve as a perfect background. So it will be easier for, once I say, remember what happened in Shakpon, remember what happened in Ibara, it makes sense, but okay. But yeah, in fact, ṣe pé ara nǹkan tí tó jẹ́ kí bàbá yìí sọ ẹ̀kọ́ di ohun tó jẹ́ lógún gan nìyẹn, torí ó mọ nǹkan tójú òun là kọjá láti lọ sí ilé ẹ̀kọ́. So that's why I'm taking time to actually go through the, the history. So he says, he moved back from Mr. Mold's house to his grandmother's house, which is close to Shakmon Market. The standard of instruction at the then Salvation Army School was poorer than that obtaining at the Baptist Boys High School. Is that not where Obasanjo eventually went? Not the same year, of course, but much later. Thank you for the gift. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. You know what I'm doing? I'm trying to make up for the fact that I spent too much time on the news. So this is like punishment for myself. I know they should have ended since, but now because so I might as well just spend some more time to read. Obi Janabiola, yes. Obi Janabiola went to Baptist Boys High School. So he says, the standard of instruction at the then Salvation Army School was poorer than that obtaining at the Baptist Boys High School. I could easily have been placed in Standard 5 there if I desired, but I decided to repeat Standard 4 for another year. I had to do a good deal of work on my own at home at nights. Every day after school hours on Saturdays and during holidays, I went in company of my friends out into the adjoining forest to fetch firewood. For a full day's work, I made as much as 9 pence, and on other occasions, I made as much as... What's this Z that I write now? Baba, well, he wrote the book in 1960, so... Maybe Z is half, I don't know. Maybe it's half a penny or something, I don't know. I have no idea, but... Or three pence. Granny fed me and bought me a few clothes. She made me 2 Salvation Army uniforms, which I wore on Sundays and other important occasions, like Empire Day celebrations. I was not really getting on, but by April 1925, at this point, he was already 16. By April 1925, I discovered that my acquaintance with the 3 R's was much better than that of our teacher. I therefore decided to seek admission at the beginning of the school year in July to Wesleyan School, Imo, which was very near to where I stayed. 3 of my classmates decided to join me. Before we went on vacation on June 1925, our teacher at the Salvation Army School had promoted us to Standard 5, the highest standard in most primary schools at that time. We sought and gained admission into Imo Wesleyan School on this basis. Imo School was a much more reputable school. Each class had its own teacher, and the headmaster, a Mr. J. A. Keleko, now deceased, was a trained teacher, a product of Wesley College, Ibadan. He was a very clean and handsome man with a superb sartorial taste and an open and relentless contempt and ridicule for untidiness. If a pupil was untidy either in his looks, dress, or his work, he might get 2 or more lashes of the whip on his palms or back. And at the end of the punishment, the headmaster would exclaim to the hearing of the entire class or school, as the case might be, "Ingorgeous, For this reason, the pupils nicknamed him, in spite of his impeccable elegance, in gorgeous. In diametrically contrast to my attitude in the matter during my father's lifetime, I was not punished or even blamed once for untidiness. Shortly after my arrival in Abeokuta, I cultivated the habit of having a bath daily. I washed my own clothes and pressed them by folding them, wrapping them up carefully, and pushing them and using them as a pillow. All right, so he's talking. My Sunday wear was pressed by me with a press iron borrowed from neighbors. Imo Western School was one of the best primary schools in Abeokuta. It was 16. Thank you for liking. 200k. Well done, guys. Well done. Imo Western School was one of the best primary schools in Abeokuta at the time, and it was with great reluctance that the headmaster admitted us without a test, on the clear understanding, however, that if we failed the first weekly test, he would either demote us or expel us from his school. I came third in the class in the first weekly test. I came second in the second weekly test. I came first in the third, and kept this position almost permanently throughout my career in the school. My only rival was a girl, Miss Eunice Afishulu, now happily married, I believe. Unfortunately, my 3 classmates from the Salvation Army School fell by the wayside. One was demoted to Standard 3. He was about 10 years older than I. The other 2 were demoted to Standard 4. They were about 5 years my senior. At the end of the school year, they all failed the promotion exam and gave up schooling for good. During my tenure at Imo Wesleyan School, I stayed for a quarter with Granny and for the rest with Mr. G.O. Mold. With my return to Ibarra, I gave up firewood selling and reverted to my former occupation minus the pounding of raw clay. A very lucrative occupation which came my way at this time was the sale of water and a farthing a gallon to leisurely wives of civil servants and mercantile clerks. I entered into partnership with a friend. I used to force my way to the public standpipe and stay put there to fill our receptacle, a 4-gallon kerosene tin, which my partner carried to our customers until they were fully supplied, or it was time for us to go to school if it was in the morning. At that time in Abeokuta, the public water standpipes were kept open only during certain hours of the day, and during such period the standpipes used to be hopelessly jammed. Most of the time, therefore, it was a feat of physical endurance for anyone to get water from any of the standpipes. My partner was a quiet and non-aggressive character, hence the arrangement. So he would be at the pump fetching the water, the other guy would be taking the water to their customers. Furthermore, now that I was in Standard 5, Mr. Mold considered me more qualified than ever. I'll take that again. Furthermore, now that I was in Standard 5, Mr. Mold considered me more qualified than ever before to take down a letter or petition to his dictation. For my services, apart from giving me supper, he also gave me occasional tips. For the same consideration, he paid my school fees once for a whole quarter. I can never forget his kindness to me. He is now gone to the place beyond, but I am happy that I had an ample opportunity of richly requiting in a way which he very much appreciated the valuable help and encouragement which he gave me during one of the most critical periods of my life. At the beginning of my last quarter at Imo, Uncle James came to me in Mr. Mold's house, congratulated me for my educational progress, and offered to pay my fees for the quarter. I refused the offer. At the end of my time at Imo, that is June 1926, that's 17. At the end of my time at Imo, that is in June 1926, I passed the government standard 5 examination, but I did not go to collect the certificate from the manager of our school because I did not feel so proud of passing in 1926, an examination which some of my classmates in Ikene had passed in 1922 or 1923. I was pleased with myself, however, that at last I had attained one of the objectives which my father had steadfastly and fervently set before me in his lifetime, and which I had been yearning after and striving to achieve for upwards of 5 years. During the June holidays, I continued to work as water drawer and to assist Mr. Mold in returning for tips. I did not now have to carry sheaves of grass. The first phase of my life struggles was over. What was I going to do next? I could be a shop attendant, a junior clerk, or what was then known as pupil teacher. But I wanted to pursue my education much further. In Abeokuta, I had seen lawyers in court, and from the moment I set my eyes on their wigs and gowns, I was possessed by an overpowering desire of one day becoming a lawyer. I sometimes thought I was being silly, for I was told it cost several thousands of pounds to study in England to become a lawyer. And as it was, I had neither the parents nor the guardians to sponsor me for such an expensive career. Nevertheless, the desire remained with me. After finishing at Imo, therefore, I thought the best thing for me to do was to devise ways and means of finding money to pay my fees at the Abeokuta Grammar School. I reckoned that with some luck, I could manage the fees up to Form 4. It only meant that I would have to work much harder than ever before to earn a lot more money than hitherto. In the meantime, Mr. Mould had assured me that he would assist me to secure admission to the grammar school. In the midst of my cogitation, Mr. Keleko, my former headmaster, sent for me early in July 1926. He offered me a place on his staff. I told him of my plan, but he advised me to accept his offer and then work for admission to Wesley College, Ibadan in 1927, where I would be educated free for 4 years to become a certified teacher afterwards. In those days, Wesley College was a very famous, I'll take that again. In those days, Wesley College was a very famous institution among the Ijebus. It was an honor, second only to be a I'll take that again. It was an honor, second only to being a grammarian in Lagos, to be a student there. I accepted the offer, and about the middle of July 1926, I became a pupil teacher at Imo Wesleyan School. How many jobs have we noticed so far? Loads and loads of stuff, man. Worked as a farmer, as a laborer, working on contracts, sold firewood, water fetcher. Now teacher. There's still more, but I think we should stop at this point. I'm stopping it because it's in the good news bowl. So we're going to continue from there. So the pain, at least for the most part, has ended, and we're ending on a happy note that he became a teacher. I'll continue. I'll start from here tomorrow. We'll do Wesley College, and then I want to really jump to we don't have to do everything there. I'll just explain some things, and then we'll get into his entrepreneurial ventures, his businesses. He did many businesses that failed and succeeded as well. His car was auctioned. Everything he possessed was taken from him. Got married at 26. We'll talk about these things tomorrow. But by next week, we're going to be focusing more on politics. But I want to spend this week just discussing, the beginning, his early days. So that gives us an idea who he was, how he grew up, his motivations, his experiences, and how they shaped him into becoming the man that he became. Time tomorrow is 1 p.m. So we meet. We're going to meet tomorrow 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Hopefully, I'll also make sure the music doesn't last so long. Maybe we can do it for like 30 minutes. I enjoyed the music, by the way. Sometimes I'm also reading, or if it's too big, I'm most likely editing or just doing other things. So tomorrow I'll see if we can. Maybe we'll make sure the music doesn't last so long, so we can finish everything about his early life. If we can get into his entrepreneurial ventures tomorrow as well, that would be nice. But next week, it will be more on politics, how he joined NYM, what happened in NYM, how Azikiwe came into the picture and things like that. Also talk about what he did while he was working in as a journalist. He worked as a freelance journalist at the time, working with Ernest Ekoli. All right, so we'll get into all of those things, but tomorrow we'll continue from where we are stopping now. And let me also say this. It's possible that you feel like, okay, why did we spend so much time on the news and question and answers rather than the topic of today? You see, since we are doing this because we want to educate ourselves and have understanding, sometimes, not every time, but sometimes, people might have questions about something that we've discussed before, and it might also be an opportunity for others to learn. So that's why sometimes, not every time, but sometimes I dedicate time to just answering questions. But it's not to say that I'm not conscious of the topic of the day, but especially on Mondays and Wednesdays, we'll be spending a lot of time. I think that should be our pattern. Mondays because we are coming out of the weekend, and Thursdays because, there's break on Wednesday. Spend a lot of time talking news and questions and answers. Then Wednesdays and Fridays we'll stick to the topic. But let me also announce that next week I'll be here Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. But Thursday and Friday I have school events, like the one I attended yesterday. My other kids also have to be there. So I'm saying that so that Koni, I'll be saying every day until that day, so that Koni Balo Gigi. But thank you very much for a fantastic session today. I think some people want to come up. If you only promise me that it's going to be very quick so that I can run. Somebody has been trying to come up for a while. I'm going to bring you up now. That's Afolabi Richards. And thank you for liking the live. Good evening, my brother.
Yes, I wanted to come up earlier because you talked about while you were doing the news, but I couldn't. So I also want to say this about the national single window. It's called the national single window. Actually, I'm a public servant, and the parastatal I work for is one of those that are part of the national single window. Now, this is one of the greatest. You see, if everybody is saying the president is not doing well, if you work for government and you are open-minded, you would understand that it is unprecedented what this president is actually doing. Do you know that there is somebody that monitors every minister's achievement every month? There is a report, there's a private consultant that marks it, and they weigh it over what you did last month. So they want to know each progress that you make every time. This is the first time I've seen it ever, and I've been here for a while. Secondly, the national single window is like a portal. It's a trade portal, right? And what it does, because I just want to make it as simple as possible, what it does is that, for instance, if you are bringing in goods into Nigeria, there are several agencies that you go through. You go through Standard Organization of Nigeria, you go through the Nigerian Customs Services, you go through the Ports Authority. Now, apart from that one, there are several concessionaires that are there, the Shippers Council people, everybody like that. So what they are trying to do is that they are trying to create one entry portal for imports and exports. So what they want to do is that if I want to import something inside Nigeria, I want to log on to a portal. Whatever charges I need to pay for customs, I'll pay on that portal. I'll pay whatever immigration charges, whatever duties rather, I need to pay for each agency will be paid on that portal, so that it will be easy for me from the comfort of my home to do business in Nigeria. Why it has taken this long? It did not just start now, because I'm part of the team and we've started this project since July last year. You understand? We called, in fact, January this year, they had a huge stakeholder meeting that we called everybody. The minister, the FIRS chairman was there. The minister of finance was there. And the way they are pushing this thing, they had to call a private consultant, one of these big, I don't want to mention names, one of these big auditing firms, to be a consultant to help facilitate this. And the thing is that what we are trying to do is that, every agency has a portal that they use. So we are trying to connect their API with the general portal. Then we now want to get countries that have similar problems like Nigeria. That is Kenya and Singapore. They are the ones that have the most similar. They came to tell us how they did it. We now employ the people that did it for them, and we brought our own people on ground, and we are doing it. And we are at about 40% compliance now. And why it is that each person has their proprietary software they are using. So we are trying to merge, and that is where we are right now. And the deadline for this thing is the first phase of work is February 2026, and by that time it will start working. So I just wanted to make a clarification on that in case we had listeners, so that if people are saying, what are they even saying? It's called the National Single Window. You understand? And it's a portal is a trade portal for imports and exports for Nigeria.
Thank you
very much, sir.
Thank you. I'm thanking you very much. Thank you very much. It's important to have people like you who are able to break these things down. Like I was saying earlier, when I saw that stuff, I didn't really understand it. So I got the gentleman on Twitter who broke it down. But even you have even broken down further, because he was talking as, and I think economist or something, but you are talking as an insider. So thank you very much for enlightening us on that particular subject matter. Really grateful for that. Thank you. And hopefully, as we go on in our conversations, I would like you to come up, especially when we're discussing the news, so that all of us, we get to rub minds and hear from experts in different fields. So thank you very much for being here. I don't know if any other...
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I don't know if any other person wants to come up, but I don't think we have anyone requesting now. It's quite late already. So let me just say my goodbyes. Let me thank you first. Thank you, everybody, thank you, Afolabi, for coming up, sir. And thank you, everybody in the comment section. Thank you for your support. Whether you're on YouTube or Facebook or TikTok, thank you very much for being here. And thanks for liking the live. Thanks for sharing the live. So I'm going to have to mute you. All right. Thanks for liking the live and sharing it. Thanks for engaging. Mo wà nígbà tí wọ́n ti fi parí. Mo wà nígbà tí wọ́n ti fi parí. Yeah. Our Twitter na represent okay, ó ti yé mi. Àmọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ Twitter yẹn mo ṣe ń rò bá ṣe máa ṣe tí nǹkan tó ṣe mí ni pé mo fẹ́ kó kí àwọn tó bá wà lọ́hùn kan máa gbọ́ kó má jẹ́ nǹkan tó parọ́ máa pọ̀ jù. Last time we did it, the sound wasn't as clear as the one we have here on TikTok, but we'll see how that goes. But at least now, I mean, we are here and we can all see this. But I'll see if there's any way we can do something on Twitter, though. But thank you very much. Thank you for your support, and thank you for your generosity to those who gave gifts. We've already gone on Twitter. The only reason I didn't stay is just because of this sound quality. They were complaining, and I don't like it when people complain about the quality of production. Except if I'm able to stream the video to Twitter from this platform, if it's possible, then if not, we'll probably have to maybe get another mic, because I got one. I don't like putting something on my shirt unless it doesn't have lights. You're welcome, boss. I'll have a space one day, maybe, no problem. But at least we're on video, so we also share videos on Twitter, thankfully. And please engage the videos on YouTube, on TikTok, on Facebook, on Twitter, whichever platform you prefer. You're going to find our content there. Let me thank everybody who has given today. Thank you very much for your generosity, from the roses to the hats to I got a dragon today, which is quite nice. From one day I will let him come up to explain who he is to me. I don't like saying, it's a blessing, Shao. It's a blessing to see the young man who came here earlier, to see what he has become and what he's doing. It's a huge blessing. Was one of all my guys, all my boys, all my people on campus. Yeah, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your generosity. I'm not putting out the details today but please, if you really want to support, please reach out to me. I'm going to send you the details. I'm not putting out because it's already late and we don't have a lot of people coming up to speak today. So, it's a difficult to see purpose one. I will just put on and remove it again. But thank you, everybody, for your support and for your generosity. Also, please really consider supporting what we're doing. We're trying to push the content a bit more on different platforms. So please think about it. Reach out if you'd like to support. I'll talk more about that tomorrow. But I really do need your support, because I want to push this thing on some of the platforms. It's good that the content is going out. It's good that we're having some responses, but I think we can have more responses. But if we want to have more, we have to do a bit more advertising. Okay, so that's something we're looking at doing right about now. So please consider supporting us however you can. Thank you very much for being here today. It's been a wonderful session. We'll continue tomorrow at 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. We'll be talking about Awolowo's path, and that'll be part 3. And I hope you've learned something today. And I also hope that, wherever you are in life, whether everything is peachy or things are tough, just understand the fact that if a person like this, who you are still here, I didn't even know you are here. I was just talking. Yes, let's talk after the show. It'll be nice to talk to you. Yeah, nice to talk to you. All right, so I hope that we're also taking something with us apart from the history. I don't want it to be history for history's sake. If you see a person like Awo who had to go through all of those things and then eventually turned out to be, of course, who he is, because I can't say who he was, considering that he is still here. It means that no matter where you are in life, there's always hope, and just stay true to your calling and to your vision, and everything will work out fine. You be dedicated, and God will help every one of us. It's been a wonderful session today. I'm going to let our folks on YouTube and Facebook go because of the copyright stuff. We're about to play the anthems. We usually play the Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem before we leave the sessions. But folks on YouTube and Facebook, thank you very much for being here. We're going to let you go now. I'll see you tomorrow, 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. All right, so have a lovely, lovely evening, and see you tomorrow. All right, God bless you. Thank you. Thank you, Kubo. Thank you, Dami. Thank you, Ogumade Mos.